Start.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Land of Sundered Crowns. So, on the last session, you guys having taken part in preparation of the defense of the uh, settlement of Aldwell in expectation of the arrival of the hobgoblin horde, set out in search of the rider Maros, who you found in the company of Cloven, or who you, in the company of Cloven, I should say, found being beaten by a hobgoblin in a clearing out in the Dorvashi wilds. Upon attempting to intervene, you were set upon then by a number of other hobgoblins and some bugbears, but notably no normal goblins took part in the combat itself. At the end of combat, a number of normal goblins did reveal themselves, including a figure who approached and spoke in broken common, saying, "You, Aldwell." That appeared to be the extent of his command of common, however. After that, Cloven approached, engaged him in a very brief conversation. Naira, hearing him mention the word Maglubiyet, showed him the effigies, the two effigies that you guys had already collected, which seemed to excite him greatly. And Cloven then revealed that he claimed to be Zaragel, a cleric shaman of Maglubiyet, and the reason that he had approached you and prevented his small goblin kin from taking part in the combat was because he wished you to kill Athgarod, the hobgoblin at the head of the Hungry Horde. Cloven, having just passed this message to all of you, looks at you expectantly. He has come to, you all know, to a degree, to rely on your greater breadth of expertise and experience. And he now looks to you all for a response to this revelation. However, before we get to that, everybody please give me a perception roll.
What time of day is it?
It is about 10:30, 11-ish. You got a relatively early start.
Mm.
And it only took you a few hours.
Yes. Aw.
Ooh.
Himbo powers finally
Go
came in.
himbo powers.
Okay, and Nyx, please give me a stealth check.
Or don't. That's cool too.
No, it just takes a minute.
Yeah, it's doing the same for me.
So, Wonder, what is your passive perception again?
22.
Holy balls.
Yeah.
So you wander, then, just because of our house ruling on that, you wander and you, Uther, both on the left, see Nyx creeping up on the site of this combat, slowing as the last of your enemies falls, and he sees you engaging in combat, but remaining hidden and apparently at the ready with his bow, as he watches this little interaction unfold. Cloven kind of looks around your small group, and then toward Lorium and Naira, and says, "What do you think? Does this make sense to you?"
We can't really understand him. Can you come stand up here next to me?
Sure. And he moves over.
I mean, killing the hobgoblin son of a bitch was kind of the plan anyway, but are you sure they're alright?
The goblin kind of looks at this interchange for a moment, points at the effigies in Naira's hands, and then holds up one of his hands with the 3 clawed digits sticking up. And he goes, "Krista Nakaden." Karborje, Bagreviek, Nomagaye, Estarvangandashkare. Nari, give me a... actually, when you originally made a knowledge religion check to learn about the goblinoid kind of folklore and everything, do you remember what your check was? It was a couple sessions back.
It was like 22. It was
I
really
thought it was
high.
pretty high, yeah. In which case, you actually recognize 3 of the words that he said: Karborieg, Bagreviek, and Nomagaya, as members of the goblinoid pantheon below Maglubiyet. Those that, in brief, is what you know about the 3.
I will say to Cloven, why is he talking about the goblin pantheon?
And Cloven kind of looks back at the goblin questioningly, and he chatters in goblinoid for a minute more before Cloven looks back and says, he says this Hungry Horde, whatever the hell they call themselves, he calls it unnatural. Says goblin lives can only be spent for Maglubiyet. Says that Mathgorod, the other shaman, whatever the hell you want to call him, says he's tricking Athgorod and the rest, but, well, at least the rest of the goblins does know about Athgorod. Bastard's probably in on it, given that he's at the head of everything, but he says that they're using these as symbols, and he points to the effigies, these as symbols of leadership. If we get 3 of them, we can claim that the goblinoid, the pantheon, heralds, whatever the hells you want to call them, that they're not in Athgorod's favor. That Maglubiyet doesn't want them to be working together. If we do that, then the goblins will all leave, the hobgoblins will turn on each other, and the bugbears will just, well, who knows what they'll do, but they'll all stop taking orders. Athgorod will have to fight us to keep control, to prove that it's Maglubiyet's will.
Can you ask him if he knows who Athgorod has made a pact with?
And he turns back to the goblins. Gitbar, good Makurod. It chatters back, and he turns to you and says, he's just called it the Devourer. It's not even a name, it's simply the goblin word, the Devourer.
So it sounds like these goblins have joined a cult.
Wouldn't be the first.
And then Naira will spin around to sort of look at everybody, and she probably looks quite happy. Just go, well, that makes things simpler.
Well, if one of their factions are defecting, yeah. How many does this guy? I already forgot the name. I'm sorry.
Zaragal? Do you mean the goblin
That was in character. He forgot. But yeah. How many does he have in his employ?
Zaragal kind of looks back. Get bored, but get best. And the goblin chatters a reply again. They go back and forth for a few moments, and then Cloven says, at least 30, 40 of the kin that march with them are from his tribe.
Okay.
They'll hold back if he tells them to, at least until after the fighting's done. Or at least until after the challenges, anyway.
Does he know
Look down
where?
at Naira.
Does he know where we can get a third one of these? And shows the effigy.
Says he gave them to his lieutenants, hobgoblins and the like, that had earned the honor.
Yeah, no, I'm actually wondering if he knows like where we could find some because like
He turns back. There's another goblinoid interchange, and he kind of shrugs and shakes his head. He says, "Most of them seem to be with the Horde. He doesn't know where. There are some that he went there the last time he traveled with them, but he's not exactly welcome among their ranks."
oh, so you don't have one then. Okay.
Well, that certainly does make it easier. So, what's the plan, Boss Naira?
Um, okay. Well, I think that we should probably try to find a third one because facing off against one guy that we're challenging sounds better than facing off against a horde of hundreds.
Oh shit, yeah, if you can get me in a room with him, I'll fucking do him.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a great idea. And she hands you the 2 effigies.
Alright. I'll just take him.
So I think we should, at this point, probably think about reconnecting with Nyx and seeing, I guess, Cloven, do you think any of your scouts would have seen some available people or some available clans? Like, I don't know how to find this third effigy. That's my problem.
Off to the side, you hear your brother speak up as he slowly walks forward, and he says, "Well, luckily, y'all have me, and I've solved 2 of your problems."
Nyx!
Wrong tool.
Someone will undercut the smoothness of that entrance.
He trips a little bit.
Will, at the very least, Naira, but anybody else who wants to, make a perception check.
I do it for funsies. Because I fail these. Nope, that's persuasion.
You fool.
That would actually be decent.
Naira is keyed in on you.
Yeah, he's limping.
Nyx!
Were you there the whole time?
Oh, I didn't do that.
She fucking did it to me! Attack her!
Wander's like,
Okay.
betrayer.
Nyx will just say, well, when I was out scouting this morning, I ran across a roving band of what are those things called?
Goblins?
Direwolf riders.
Oh, okay.
And they had a taller hobgoblin with them that had one of them effigies.
You must have got awful close.
He'll give a little laugh and then wince at the laugh and go, probably a little too close.
Naira bites her bottom lip in a way you probably recognize as her deliberately not saying anything.
Actually, speaking of which, Lorian, can I get you to help me for a second?
Sure. He was just chuckling at your story.
Nyx is gonna pull back his cloak and lift up his right arm, and you'll see sticking out of a space just below some of his like lower back ribs is a an arrow shaft that's been broken off.
Nix!
Can you I couldn't get good leverage.
On it. He's yanking that bitch. And then in the same motion, he throws the arrow or the. Hopefully, the head comes out at that point. But he'll throw it over his shoulder, spit on his hand, and then fucking slap you in the same spot, and you heal for 5 points.
Ironically, you take 6 points of damage.
Yep. No.
Naira's also going to cure wounds.
He tries not to, but he definitely like that hurt like a bitch.
Ooh, that cure wounds effect though. Well, it hurt, but then he slapped you with that good, and now you're feeling a little bit better. Maybe I don't know.
13, I think, total, because you did what, 5?
Yeah.
So you just got 13 back.
That's the exact damage I took.
Hell yeah.
Well then, roll a perception.
Because you're about to get hit again.
She has a dagger train on you, run.
Also, he didn't say that part out loud. But I will make a perception check.
You see there are several holes in Naira's clothing, and based on the blood, you assume that most of the blood that's covering her is hers.
Nyx makes a face just ever so slightly, but kind of looks over everybody else and sees that everybody's kind of fucked up. So he'll kind of just give you a "Are you okay?" look.
Naira doesn't really register it. Now that combat's over, she's actually quite calm about it. She is hurt, though. She's still injured. But then she will come back to sort of be in the central area, back where she was, and she will turn and say, okay, so you said you've solved 2 of our problems. You found the effigy. What was the other one?
I reconnected with y'all myself.
Oh, well, I do appreciate that. It's nice to see you. Would you be able to show us where they were? Or were they on the move?
No, they had a pretty large camp and setup. 2 large tents. I actually got a pretty good look at their numbers and their weapons.
Do I recognize this, what, like, kind of class this goblin would be, out of curiosity? You're not coming through.
Based on like his clothing and such.
Yeah.
Tired.
You're still not coming through, Andrew. I don't know.
Just shout. We'll probably pick you up on her mic.
No, because it won't be deafened on his when it immediately picks it up.
Testing.
There you go.
1, 2.
There you go.
Yep.
Yay!
Okay, excellent.
God is
Okay.
back.
Okay. Yeah, based on like his clothing and everything, it's hard to say. You haven't seen him use any kind of abilities or powers. He is dressed in what look to be kind of draped, somewhat tattered, but pretty kind of functional and thick leathers.
I'm
and he
asking.
has-
I'm asking if Naira would at least be assuming some kind of holy connection, because he talks about the will of Maglubiyet and the other parts of the pantheon. I'm wondering if if I'm assuming he might be a cleric.
Yeah, well, Cloven declared him to be a shaman cleric of Maglubiyet. Or said that he had declared himself to be a shaman cleric of Maglubiyet.
Okay, then Naira's going to say to Cloven, can you ask him to do a sign of good faith and see if he can heal us of our wounds?
And he turns to Zaragel and says a few and speaks for a few moments, and there's a little bit of back and forth, and you actually see Zaragel kind of scoff almost, and like actually kind of spit before he responds, and Cloven kind of grunts and he says, "Maglubiyet's powers harm. He is a god of destruction, of dominance over those like us. His powers cannot heal."
Well, you didn't have to be so rude about it.
And Cloven genuinely actually chuckles in response to that.
Wander?
As you look over to Wander, you see him placing his hand on top of the hobgoblin on the ground before him, just in various spots, seeing almost as if he can palm pieces of him. Yes?
Well, now I want to know if you're okay.
I'm okay. As he still tries to, various pieces, of armor he puts his hand on before letting go, and then grabbing for a hand, and then seeming to deem that unworthy, letting go.
Okay, well, you have fun, I guess. Does anybody
Okay.
else need healing?
I think you. Well, and Hero over there, but I don't think he'll take it.
No, he
Oh
won't.
no, I'm fine.
But Naira has just sort of realized that you look like you're probably worse off than me.
What? Nah, 'tis just a scratch.
She's going to lower her voice, and she's going to look at you in the eyes and say, "Please let me heal you."
At that, he'll kind of blink, eyebrows going up, as they'll go a bit louder as he says, "Now that I think about it, would you kindly heal me? It'd be much appreciated. I'm a little bit sore through, well, all of those spots with the blood."
And she will actually reach out and probably sort of realize what she's doing because she has to touch you, and she gets a little bit hesitant. And her whiskers twitch as she reaches out and cures your wounds.
That was a broken rib. Thank you. That's much easier to breathe now.
I'm
Lorem
glad.
just leans down to Nyx and just goes, "Look at those two making puppy dog eyes at each other. See how much you miss."
Wait, what I miss?
What? None.
You just see Lorium standing there, and then slowly Nyx's head just leans out from behind him.
Roll me a perception. Let's see if he notices this.
Meanwhile, Ether and Naira are standing over there, look at those two making puppy dog eyes at each other.
No.
Never-ending loop.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
You notice with the puppy dog eyes, most definitely, in my front pocket of my armor, you see that there's a handkerchief all folded up, all pretty like. And it is Naira's.
Now you're just taunting.
We don't have enough healing spells to fix this. Please let us
Y'all
rest before you kill
all
him.
assume that I'm gonna kill him bloody.
Are we wrong, though?
No, I have poisons, you guys.
Thank God Wander doesn't eat. Ooh.
Nyx looks like he was gonna say something and then just kind of like sees that and just contemplates it for a little while.
Things
Glad
that
I'm
make you
resistant
go,
to poison.
At this point, as you have kind of rejoined the group and there's this little interaction going on, you guys apparently having made up your minds, Anarian actually speaks up at this point and asks if your intention then is to return to Aldwell and to head to this camp to try to acquire the third effigy.
Well, it's either that or go straight there, but I know I'm quite tired.
He then says that, unfortunately, with what he has learned, he will no longer be able to accompany you. Given what you have learned of the positions of the Horde and their possession of unholy and unnatural magics, he fears for the integrity of the Standing Stone Circle that he learned of to the north, and he must travel there immediately in order to ensure its integrity and learn its secrets before they can be corrupted. He wishes you all well on your journey and says that when he is able, if you are still willing, he will rejoin you to continue the hunt for the cult.
Okay, well, stay safe, and I hope our paths cross again.
He returns a sentiment, and as he steps away, we'll cast a healing word as a goodbye on Lorium. You regain 8.
Yay!
And then he bows and hurries off to the north, disappearing into the trees.
I just said thanks, Ken.
Nod to you goodbye.
It's the curse of 8 on healing word.
So, the goblin, Zaragel, as he has identified himself, several of his kin have, like, now that this conversation is apparently kind of just ongoing, several of his kin have moved from their hiding spots to locations around him. You see a few more of them stepping out from behind trees and the like, and he's got a small entourage with him. And he nods back at them and looks at all of you and speaks to Cloven, who turns to you and says, "He wants to know if we'll do it. Wants to know if we'll challenge Uthgarod."
I mean, fuck yeah, that was the plan anyway, wasn't it?
Cloven grins and nods in appreciation and goes back, turns back, and there's another brief kind of interchange. And Zaragel kind of looks at each of you in turn, and you hear him like he raises his hands and bellows something again in this very guttural goblinoid voice that he has, and you actually recognize that several of the words are infused with a kind of not precisely divine, but certainly kind of profane power, as he chants for several seconds the now familiar word Maglubiyet, along with the new ones of Karboryegag, Bagravyek, and Nobogaya, all resounding out into the air, before he turns and snarls again at the goblins around him, and they all begin to move off away from your group. unless any of you have anything else. Unless any of you wish to interfere.
No.
Okay.
Nyx will just walk forward and be like, well, looks like y'all have had a busy morning. Here you are, fighting, negotiating with goblins that if we help them, they'll, stay out of Aldwell's way in the future. That's great.
Oh no, he said they still wanted to kill us, just that it wasn't time.
Honestly, that tracks.
Uther, would you mind helping me clean up?
You see as he nods. Yeah, that's quite a lot of blood. Let's get it before it dries. The spell works a little bit easier. As he then snaps and does that slow, strange sensation as you are cleaned. And this time smell a bit like pine sol.
Probably a moment later, she's like, "Oh, I guess I'm still bleeding. Oh well."
Just soaking in.
There's
You're like,
still
"Oh."
a few little, there's still a few little trickles, certainly. Maris, at this point, the commoner, had been kind of watching you wander with apparent kind of fascination. This is the first time he has seen you, but seeing you up close like this, he's been staring at you with a measure of fascination. But now turns and kind of limps his way slightly over toward Cloven. Despite the healing that you guys were able to give him, he's still obviously a little unsettled and unsteady from his ordeal. But he kind of straightens as he walks up to all of you and does his best to snap a salute. He says, sorry I let them catch me, sir. Those wolves are damn fast. But you were right. They went to the ford up there. The horde, the main body of them hadn't gotten there this morning. We may have another day or so, at least. But, well, they'd been sending scouts across before I got there. These bastards came up behind me. I couldn't get away. And Cloven just kind of nods and pats him on the shoulder and goes, oh, at least you're alive, Maros. You're a brave man. Come. You can, I doubt my mount will take you, but does one of you have room for him? And he looks specifically at Naira and Nyx.
Looking at him, does he look like he needs someone to do the horse for him? Steer the horse for him?
No, he looks like he's on his feet and everything. He's still a little sore, evidently. Like some of his bruises haven't quite faded and the like. He's still obviously taken a beating, but he's on his feet and relatively, he doesn't look on death's door anymore.
I got him. He can take horse.
But what about you? Maros asks.
Oh, I'll be fine. Uther, I can ride with you, right?
Roll a perception.
He's gonna Skyrim poison pickpocket his ass.
Yeah. He's gonna put poison in your pocket. You're gonna start dying.
The old poison in the pocket trick. I should have suspected.
You get paralyzed.
Ooh. Ooh.
So go ahead and roll that perception.
Next.
No.
Oh, I need to roll a perception? I misheard. I was like, why hasn't she rolled the perception?
Oof.
Yeah, you notice Naira's eyes go wide when you suggest you ride with Uther.
Cool. Mental note.
So basically what I'm wondering is, do we think we have time to rest up, or do we think we should press on and relieve that third general or whatever of his effigy?
I'm running a little bit low on some of the spells, but we do need that effigy. Maybe if we take an hour.
Yeah, we can take a cat nap.
What
And
was
he
the...
just smiled.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that was it. He just said that and then smiles in a very old man, haha, I'm funny type of way.
What was the group that you saw? What was the makeup of it? Like how many?
Well, there were about 6 to 7 individuals and about 4 to 5 wolves.
Oh my, 4 to 5 wolves.
Yeah. They all had generally what we were fighting with, but 2 of them, like, you know how some of them have like swords and bows. I did notice that 2 of them, instead of having bows as their like secondary, they had lances.
Ooh.
Was that in character?
A little bit.
And that the hobgoblin that was in charge, he was a bit taller than the rest, and he was a lot better. He was. He had nice armor, better armor.
By the way, just sorry, above the table comment on that. That information was accurate when I gave it to you, but out of game circumstances have changed since then. Therefore, the numbers that you actually saw, you would estimate were closer to maybe 5 or 6 individuals and 3 to 4 wolves.
Yeah, so like I said, 5 to 6 individuals, 3 to 4 wolves.
Well, Lorian, Wander, how you guys doing in terms of facing another fight before we get a chance to rest?
He just stares blankly at you for a moment.
Right, sorry, stupid question, Wander.
Yeah, it was a stupid question.
I don't ask many of those.
Chandra's still practicing his grabs, and he'll just say, "I'm okay."
Okay. Well, then I think Uther makes a good point. I think we should have a quick rest and then go find them, unless anybody was just lying to me.
I never lie.
No, I agree with that plan. I mean, if we think we've got about a day, I'd rather get this taken care of and have a good night's sleep before the main event happens.
Agreed.
Sounds good to me. Just as a question, what are we running on? Are we running on like a half cart full or 3/4 or what? He's kind of insinuating towards abilities.
I've got a big one left in me and a little. Well,
I don't need
Same.
to know about what's in your pants.
Also, for
Dude.
some reason, I don't think I could do much more inspiring.
No, you're very inspired.
Flashbacks to breaking her glasses.
Nyx just shrugs and goes, I mean, I feel pretty good right now. I could do this all day.
Rogue. How about you? How are you, buddy? He'll look over at Wander.
Tired.
Yeah, I get that. He'll just place a hand on his chest and purple fire hand, heal 5 more.
Okay. So, Cloven kind of has given Maris a bit more of a once-over, and then looks at you, Nyx, and nods his head. Thanks for the mount. You all ready to get going?
I think they want to lean against a tree for a while.
Wouldn't it be best to do that back at Aldwell? Planning on taking a breather. Where was this camp that you saw?
Dreamer, do you have your map?
Oh, yeah, of course.
That was a really fast and good transition.
So
And
the party is
Find
currently...
out where it is.
and actually, right about where your cursor is there, is pretty close to where you saw the group.
Oh shit, so we can go back anyway.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It looked like they were essentially preparing to ambush anybody that might be going on the road, or an ambush on Aldwell itself from an unexpected direction.
Those are massive trees. Sorry.
They're all redwoods.
Yeah, they're all ancient redwoods.
Yeah, like 500 or 600 feet tall, every single one of them.
The scary fucking forest.
30 feet wide. Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
And that tree made all of Aldwell.
If we would have
And-
to pass through Aldwell anyway, I think, yeah, the plan would probably be to go back there.
Shall we go then? Unless there's anything more you wish to do here.
Have we seen if there's anything to loot?
No, we haven't.
I don't believe so, no.
I would just like to, I mean, maybe we'll get lucky and one of these guys has something on him.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, along with anybody else that would be assisting her. Or she
Can
can
I
roll with
give her
advantage.
advantage?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because Lorem would just be doing the normal Lorem thing where he just stacks the bodies.
21.
Yeah, so with that, you do find actually that whilst several of them have small like charms and kind of like what appear to be carved beads and the like about their person, some of which, in fact, most of which do sport the now familiar 5-fanged row. None of them are carved onto the bones or the fangs that the effigies that you've taken off the red hooded figure and the other hobgoblin lieutenant that you killed.
Okay, question. So,
Mhm.
out of curiosity, did you just describe that they look like they have the components to have an effigy, but they not actually have an effigy? Like,
What they've got are essentially, instead of having so the effigies are very large fangs that have this carving on them.
mhm.
What they have are like little kind of clay beads or rocks that have this carving on them.
How large a fang?
Um, it's several inches thick and a good 8 or 9 inches long.
So too big for it to have come from a direwolf, for example.
Yes,
Damn.
definitely.
Okay. Shit.
I mean, you could give me a nature check if you wanted to try and figure out what kind of creature, but
No, it was going to be for convenience because I got this handy dandy forgery kit and I was going to try something.
I mean, good looking out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I have a calligraphy kit.
That's fun.
And I'm a squire.
So yes, you find several of these kinds of charms and the like. A couple of which, one of which is carved from jade, and the other of which is carved from silver. You'd estimate that they would get you a few gold pieces each. To somebody that was interested in these kinds of artifacts. You also find, and you do notice with that check, pretty much exclusive, in fact, completely exclusively, in old imperial coinage, you find a total of 34 gold pieces in various, like some of it's in platinum, some of it's in electrum, a portion of it's in gold and silver.
How much was that again?
34.
Okay.
Along with a few handfuls of copper, but all told, it adds up to about that.
And the jade and silver things were. I'm just writing it down.
Yeah, so they are essentially goblin charms, is how you can list
Thank
them.
you.
Yeah.
So great having a group accountant. I love it.
Work. Okay. So.
Yeah. Apart from that, all you really find are the usual kind of bits for mess kits, like some knives, weapons, a few scraps of their armor that are in salvageable condition if you really wanted to take your time over it. But no, those are the only objects of kind of immediate interest.
Okie doke.
Before I get on the horse with Uther, I would just let Cloven know that I had let Madame Yannicka know about the presence of that other contingent, so the town can defend against it if possible.
He nods. Thank you. This isn't your first time doing this, is it?
No, it's not my first rodeo, but it might as well be. And he'll like rub his side where the arrow was.
Does Nyla hear that?
Give me a perception check.
Probably not.
Ooh, nope. Like they're having a conversation, but you can't hear exactly what it's about. You're just catching snatches of it here and there. But you see Cloven kind of grin, and he reaches up and touches a part of his shoulder where there's like a gap above his breastplate. And you see a big kind of jagged scar across his skin there. He goes, "Happens to all of us."
Nyx will just laugh a little bit, and he'll just be like, "Man, y'all and y'all scars." And then he'll kind of realize what he said, and he'll just look back up at Cloven and just be like, "Sorry, you just remind me of somebody."
he gives you kind of a curious look, but shrugs. Says, "Oh, well, anyway, thank you. We're lucky to have, well, all of you. You're going to save a lot of lives if this comes through."
That's the plan. Hopefully it doesn't. After all this is through, hopefully it's not too bad that we blew up that bridge.
Bridges can be rebuilt. Besides which, nobody had used it in, well, years as far as I know. The Huns occasionally, if they felt brave, would head up that far, but no. Mostly well, I don't even know who built it, if I'm honest. It was here when I got here. As far as I know, it was here when Madame Yannick got here. For all I know, it could have been back from when the Empire was in these parts.
Oh, interesting. You know, I'm gonna have to get you to tell my sister about that sometime. She's kind of a history buff.
I don't know much about it, to be honest, but there's people back in Aldwell that'll talk your ear off if you've got the time.
Well, hopefully after we're through, we're gonna have all the time in the world.
That's the plan.
And then he'll give a little stretch and look back over towards Uther and go, "Well, I shouldn't keep him waiting."
Kind of pats you on the back, and turns back to help Maros onto horse.
Oh wait, teach me how to say "fuck you" in Goblin.
Oh. What connotation?
The worst
They've got
kind.
a lot of ways to say "fuck you." The worst kind? Zakbara.
Zakbar. All right, that'll do me good. So that's all. He's just chuckling to himself now.
Okay, so you guys are all able to mount back up, turn your horses toward the southwest, back to the settlement of Aldwell, and start making your way once more through the broken countryside. Are you trying to travel stealthily at all, or anything like that, or are you just kind of riding fairly quickly?
I think we leave that up to Nyx.
Yeah, it's not up to me.
That's true.
Well, I'm just the passenger, Uther.
Passing straws.
No, I would say, I mean, other than that other contingent and them scouts, I think we've done a number on their numbers around here, so, and looking at everybody, it might be just a good idea to get Maris here back to Aldwell as quickly as possible.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Okay, so you're riding fairly quickly then back toward Aldwell. As you go, everybody please give me perception checks as you ride.
Go, himbo powers activate.
Fuck them goblins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
We all
Big
did it.
rolls.
Go himbo powers.
I think I actually rolled the highest. What?
Let's go.
But
So
Wander
yeah,
has that incredible perception anyway.
he does, yes, for most perception checks, yeah. So you guys continue to ride, heading back toward Aldwell. As you make your way through the countryside, you don't notice anything too out of the ordinary. As far as you can tell, it's a fairly normal day. You don't see any signs of pursuers or observers as you move along. You do notice, obviously, as you approach closer to Aldwell, that there's fewer, there's less smoke from the chimneys than you're used to. The people, a lot of the normal commerce and day-to-day living that you are used to there has evidently ceased. People brace for the coming onslaught. But on your journey there, you are going to have a good, since you're being fairly quick, you're going to have a good couple of hours. Does anyone want to do anything with that time?
I feel like there might be a conversation that could potentially happen. It might, in fact, be why we both rolled so low on our perception checks.
Aggressive.
No, just I guess the question is, how are we writing? I assume like you're in the front and I'm in the back.
I would guess so.
Okay, then just like Nyx will rest his chin on your shoulder and just be like, Uther, I've realized after all this time we spent together that you and I just haven't had a lot of time to get to know each other.
Yeah, to be fair, it's been a rather event-filled time together.
That's true. I mean...
And your sister speaks very highly of you. Thinks the world of you, in fact.
Oh, that's right. I had noticed that y'all had been spending a lot of time together, actually.
Yeah, she's kind of wonderful.
I know. She's so caring and giving people handkerchiefs.
You see as it goes quiet for a moment. I mean, she gave it to me. It's not like I stole it. I thought you said she was a big girl and gets to make her own choices.
Oh, no. Sorry, I think you've misunderstood what's happening here. She is free to make her own choices, but me, the ever-loving sibling, I just wanted to make sure that I guess that the feeling was mutual.
To be honest with you, Nyx, I'm the one that's a bit nervous. I'm just kind of a lot. If you haven't noticed.
It's hard not to notice. But I don't think that's such a bad thing.
I hope she feels the same way.
Well,
I think she does.
From how highly she speaks of you, I think she might feel the same. Look, I just want her to be happy.
Me too. And I mean it.
Well, since I can't really see your face and I'm kind of in a position to stab you, I guess I'll just have to trust you on that one.
Uther laughs a bit. You know what? I've been trying this new thing as much as I possibly can, honesty. And it's been working out surprisingly well. I'm loving this new content.
Well, I'm glad. I've definitely noticed you've brightened up her world, so if you will make sure to keep her happy, I'll make sure to play nice.
I didn't know the world had flowers anymore. I'm very much intending on playing nice for as long as she'll have me.
I think Nyx goes. Yes, just right in the carotid. Nyx goes quiet for a minute. Not a minute, for a couple seconds. Yeah. She's pretty special. I honestly don't know what I would do in this world without her.
She's really special. She's like the brightest star in the sky. I don't know. Once you've seen a few of them, those rare diamonds in the rough. I've seen emperors and kings with less of a glimmer, a glow, a sparkle than she has.
I think Nyx is gonna take an insight check.
Let's see if you can beat my...
I'm pretty sure I can't.
Then catch this.
Nice.
19 persuasion. As it is not a deception.
Mm-hmm.
Nyx will just kind of look at you for a second and just be like, y'all seem like y'all are pretty weird wherever you come from. No offense or anything. It's kind of... You're not what I thought initially when we first met you.
Raises his eyebrows. Care to elaborate a bit? I'm curious.
Well, I don't know if it was just a result of growing up on the street, but I always got the sense that people who honeyed their words were doing it as a distraction to keep us from discovering something about them. And I do mean this as a compliment. You talk really well, and you're really good at moving a conversation.
I've had quite a bit of practice.
Nyx, go ahead and give me an insight check on that too.
Meanwhile, Naira is up next to Wander and
Yes!
Nice.
I have a chance!
Uther, do you want to... Were you trying to like be a little bit cagey with that?
No, not
Oh, okay.
really.
So, yeah, Nick, you can tell he meant like like more than is usual. Just from like his intonation.
That's one of those like a lot of practice.
Like he was in on some private joke when he said that.
Nyx cocks his head a little bit at that and just kind of reassesses. But I don't think he'll press that at the moment.
Oh.
I'm not going to press him on his secrets, because then you'll start pressing me on mine.
The mutually assured destruction method of secrecy. Okay. So,
Meanwhile, Naira was up
Yeah.
right next to Wander and Lorium going, Larkwa likes to proclaim that it's never lost its independence from the Empire, but that's not technically true. Did you know that?
No way, you don't say.
No, an inconvenient marriage in 241. It actually technically brought it under Imperial rule for 12 days.
12
Wander
days.
is staring at you, and every time your tone goes up, he nods his head, whether or not it's a question.
Yep, she doesn't notice. She just keeps on. She's got a bunch of little facts, like
You're
something
talking to
about
the most receptive people.
something about the Empire. We refer to the Empire referring to the Calernon Empire, but archaeologists have actually discovered evidence of at least 4 other empires that claim this land. She's just happily just absolutely talking your ears off.
Oh wow, he actually remembers some of what you're saying.
You're actually able to follow most of it, yeah?
I'm a good teacher.
Okay, so in this way, you make your way back to the town of Aldwell. Coming down and coming in almost along the road, as you make your way in from the east, you see that they've made further evidence with setting up the defenses, and actually several of the pits now seem as though they, like from a distance at least, it appears that they've disappeared. But as you kind of approach closer, and in a couple of places you can still see people putting together these woven kind of rush mats that they're laying over them, and then distributing kind of dirt and undergrowth over in order to disguise them as they continue to set up these fortifications in preparation for what may be coming. The town actually at this point looks, if not formidable, then certainly like an obstacle from the outside, given everything, certainly comparing it to how it presented itself when you first arrived just a few short days ago.
It's no longer a walk-in park.
Certainly not, yeah. At all 3 of the entrances, you can see small, you would actually go as far as to call them squads. Eat them with a couple of members of the Golden Band and a handful of 4 or 5 of the militia. The ones at this eastern entrance all kind of raise their hands and greet you as they come back in. You hear a couple of cheers as they see Maris riding among you. A couple of members of the Golden Band calling out to him, and him kind of raising his hand in greeting as you ride past. As you get into the main area, going towards the Fox and the Hound, Cloven actually dismounts and hands the reins of his horse to Maris and says, "Get the mounts stabled. Tell them we may need them again soon. Then get some rest. You've earned it." And he kind of nods his head and takes the reins, and then looks at the rest of you questioningly.
Questioningly?
As basically, he seems to be asking, do you want me to take your horses too?
Oh, yeah. Naira will jump off hers.
All right, Poncho, go with him.
Even dismount, sunshine.
Okay, yep. He collects up the reins from all of your different horses and rides over towards the stable, where you can still see that the doors are standing like wide open, obviously, and most of the horses inside appear to be currently out. But one of the boys that you recognize, kind of, you see him come to attention as the guy approaches, and you trust your mounts will be well taken care of. Cloven kind of nods in toward the Fox and the Hound. And says, I'm heading in. If you want to come in too, I'm sure you'll find refreshments. Unless there's other business you have in town.
I don't believe so.
I think we just need a little bit to sort of rest and freshen up.
Okay.
I probably need to be cleaned again because I never healed, so I'm still bleeding, or I was still bleeding.
I don't have business till tomorrow.
We'll deal with that, after the leak stops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get all of you in here. I wonder. Uther, Larium, Nyx. There you are. Bam. Okay, so all of you move up toward the Fox and the Hound. And you can actually see as you approach that most of the ground floor windows have actually been boarded up to some extent or another. This kind of normally very, very welcoming site seems to have been kind of dimmed and be preparing for what may be coming. There's, you can see people moving around both inside and out, carrying armfuls of tools and lumber as they do their best to continue the preparations. And you do actually see on the inside as you enter, a number of kind of barrels and crates have been stacked on either side of the door, evidently in preparation to form some kind of barricade should it become necessary. Inside, there's the same kind of group of fairly tense townsfolk that you saw this morning. All of them kind of look up at you as you come in with this, bright, somewhat hopeful eyes. A lot of them, are outside, kind of continuing their work on the defenses. Within here, it's mostly seems to be kind of the older population, as well as some of the women and children who are unable to participate. And as you enter, Zavara rushes forward and goes, my friends, you have returned. Cloven, I trust your excursion was successful? He's looking at you, Uther, you being the one closest.
Oh, sorry, he said to Cloven, so I thought he was Cloven. Was
yeah, sorry. He then looked around at the rest of you as you approached.
Another successful one. We gotta rest up a bit, and we're gonna try and pull off another hit today. I think we're really driving down their numbers. You should start spreading news of the success, and that we should be able to hold out as long as everyone holds together.
Certainly, sir. Certainly. I have no doubt that word will reach every ear. It is fantastic news. If you wish to rest for some time, yes? Do, please, come on in. I will ensure your table is available. And he turns and kind of scatters some people out of his way, flapping his hands as he goes. Clicks his fingers and gestures at a member of staff, kind of waves him over to the stage where he moves and starts to strum a little bit on a lyre. And give a little bit more atmosphere as you sit. And some people emerge from the kitchen to, again, bring you what seems to be like essentially mass-produced food, but still fairly good, fairly solid. Bread, stew, cheeses, and the like. they're obviously set on feeding, making sure they can feed like the whole population that is gathered here.
Yeah, they're rationing though.
Well, you also get the impression that they're just not used to feeding quite this many people. And so like a simple stew is all that they're really able to manage when dealing with this kind of volume.
Yeah.
But yes, your table is cleared.
Andrew,
I'll move you all around it.
no.
No? Oh,
No.
No.
sorry. So your table is cleared, and Zavara is gesturing you all toward it. But I guess not everybody moves in.
Did you have a good ride back?
I mean, yeah. Honestly, I don't really like riding horses with two people. It's just not as fun as you think it would be. How was your ride?
Oh, a little uncomfortable, but otherwise fine. Okay. I had something I wanted to ask you about. A question. Was he there when we paid for Lorium's armor out of party funds?
Nix, I don't believe so, no.
I just wanted you to know that the party agreed to buy Lorium some new armor out of party funds.
I mean, yeah, that's a great idea.
And she lights up when you say that. She goes, "Oh, I'm glad you agree. I think we should suggest that we do the same for you."
He'll look down at his armor and be like, "Well, I know these aren't like the newest, but I didn't think they were that bad."
Oh, no. That's not what I mean. Well, I have been paying attention to your fighting style, and while you are remarkable with your bow, and I mean, you've always been so good at creeping around and getting the drop on people. But I can tell that you have been trained to be a bit more frontline. And if you sort of insist on being the knight in shining armor, I think you should, or the squire in shining armor, should I say. I think we should make sure that you're in properly attired.
Nix's face is just a big question mark. What are you trying to glean?
Why you're confused, I suppose.
He understands that you want to buy him. I think you can tell he doesn't understand what you're getting at.
Oh, okay. I think we should buy you some heavy armor, so you're more prepared to be on the front line. Nix, I've had to pick you up off the floor twice. I can't watch you.
Well, if you don't want me to go down again, you probably shouldn't put me in heavy armor then. I won't be able to move in it.
I don't understand. How could you not know how to move in it?
Well, it's like you said, I'm good in the shadows. I'm good at being quick. Heavy armor would just hinder me.
Yeah, I had assumed that since you've, continued training under Lord Murdoch, that you were also good at. She's very confused.
Make an insight check.
I did!
Yeah, that's still valid.
Oh, well then, when you said Murdoch's name, he tensed. Like, big time tensed up. I don't understand what you're trying to get at, Dreamer.
He's been training you as a squire. He's been training you to be a knight. Knights wear heavy armor. This shouldn't be news to either of us. And now I don't understand a lot of things.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to say phrase this.
And then she, with that 22, Andrew, walk this back if I wouldn't make this connection.
Okay.
But she's gonna look at you and she's gonna say, "And you're nobody's little pet?" And tilt her head.
No, yeah, I can say, yeah, you can definitely make that connection.
Disappointment flashes over Nyx's face. And he sighs. And he just says, so we're having this conversation?
She just looks even more confused. And her ears flat a little bit, and she goes, "Have I done something wrong?"
No, Dreamer. You're fine. You've done what you always do. And he leaves and walks into the inn.
Oh. Naira's gonna sit with that for a while.
Okay. So within, Cloven has disappeared into a back room. You assume to give his report to the madam. Around you, the low hum of conversation continues. Many people kind of glancing in your direction. Zavara, after seeing to your needs and ensuring that food and drink and everything are brought to you, continues to move around among them. You see him talking particularly to many of the children pointing toward you as he moves around and talks. See a few smiles as he evidently tells a embellished version, or well, a likely entirely fictional version of your excursion. You guys haven't given him no precise details, but that apparently no barrier to his spreading of the tale. You are obviously all given food and drink and anything that you kind of request for your lunch, I suppose, and are able to take a short rest. Is there anything any of you wish to do, or any other conversations you want to have during this period?
Nope, just bandage up for me.
I was going to say, anybody who was interested when Naira walked in, you probably want to roll a perception check. Wander, you definitely notice.
The eye just turns around like an owl. Or the head, rather.
We don't settle it.
Now, when Nyx walked in, Lauren probably would have been like, your sister got business elsewhere.
Oh, I expect she'll be in any minute.
Oh!
Ooh.
So for all of you so far, I don't know if Nyx is going to roll, but you can all tell that she has been crying.
I could hear Velko, too.
Yep. She
He's
has not.
alongside her, trying to kind of nuzzle at her hand.
I buried you. Hold on. Yeah, but you can all tell that Naira has been crying.
Just ignore us as that revelation hits and we all roll hit dice.
No.
They are all empowered by this knowledge.
My character has been crying and is deeply saddened. Hey, look, I got a 13. Cool.
No,
Oh my god.
To her
Somewhat
Man.
appropriately, Naira's rest is slightly more disturbed than the rest of yours.
It's like I'm even taking the half hit die every time we take a long rest, but I haven't needed full hit die yet.
Nope.
Actually, I think it automatically did it.
Lauren would just look at her when she walks in and just take a glance, like very obviously at Nyx, with a look of question.
Wander will also look to you and say, "Are you okay?" His head kind of tilted to the side.
Which you? Did you say that to me, or did you say that to Nyx?
Oh, I said it to you.
She will say, I'm fine, but you don't. I mean, you can roll an insight if you want.
I will, just for the sake of doing it.
You believe her.
And if you roll a healing die, you heal for an additional 4.
Oh.
An additional 4 to all who heal.
And is that to each die, or to...
No,
okay.
just once.
Okay.
To the first die you roll, essentially.
Does Lauren believe her too? Does that break the barrier?
Actually, yeah. No, you know that I'm not fine.
That checks out.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren wouldn't say anything, but he'd just pat your head as you sit at the table, and then
Then he
15.
hits
He's gonna kick the fucking chair out from under Nick's under the table.
Do
So Nix, yeah, give me a dexterity save.
We're great.
This is the time to get your ones out of the way.
This actually literally would be.
Oh, no, so like yeah, your chair shifts suddenly and violently underneath you, but you're not. You kind of keep your balance on it, but obviously, like your attention is immediately called toward Lorium.
Oh shit! Sorry, my leg slipped. And he'll just smile at you.
Nyx will just nod at him and then go back to I don't know, the looking at the table.
Here, let me get that for you. He'll just wrap his foot around your fucking chair leg and just pull you back.
Everybody kind of watches. There's that Men in Black kind of really loud scraping sound.
Oh yeah, when he sits in the office for the first time.
Yep. He just pulls it to the desk.
Okay. Is there? Does anyone else wish to further converse, or is there anything else that you guys would like to do inside the Fox and the Hound? You've all had a chance to eat and drink, spend a few moments gathering yourselves, some more than others. Around you, you know, the Fox and the Hound continues to move. You see people coming in from the work parties taking their own rests. Some of them finish them while some that were in here when you arrived evidently finish their meals and head back out to continue the work while others arrive to replace them. Most of the children and the women and the older men and things like that are not taking an active part in that are just spending their time. They seem to be kind of just essentially almost just like hanging out, kind of waiting for whatever's about to come next. But as for all of you, actually, I think before we move on, unless there's any further conversation that you guys wish to have. No? Okay. So, yeah, before we move on then, whilst you guys have taken your in-character break, we're going to take a quick out-of-character break too. And just give 5 minutes for everybody to refresh their drinks, quick bio break and the like, and we will resume in a few minutes.
Real life short rest. Let's go.
You said, who was going to have a conversation?
So, you guys have all completed your short rest. By and large, the people of the town have kind of left you alone, seeing and letting you recuperate. Some of them busy with their own work, some of them simply busy apparently with their own thoughts. But after an hour, you all feel a lot more put together than you did when you first walked in. Cloven, about halfway through your meal, walked back out toward the courtyard, and you haven't seen him since. Madame Yannicka has appeared a few times and kind of nodded toward you, checked in briefly to ensure that you had everything that you needed, and then moved on to continue kind of just talking to the rest of the people that have taken shelter in the somewhat packed common room of the Fox and the Hound. And you guys are still sitting at your table at this point. So, what's next?
Fantastic question.
That's a question. Well, time to go. Well, really, should we be heading out or?
Yeah.
Empty
Okay. Well, I
to the
mean,
group.
yeah. Is there anything that anybody else wants to accomplish inside the Fox and the Hound?
No, we're rested up. Let's go
Okay.
hit that one pack and then come back here, rest. Hit the other pack. Well, we try and get them to duel you.
With you,
That might not work. Let's keep this figured out.
We're gonna play a children's card game.
It's gonna play tick.
Okay, yeah. So you're able to exit the Fox and the Hound. Out in the courtyard, you see Cloven continuing to direct the Golden Band and the swelling ranks of the militia. Many of which you do see are still armed, and more of them being handed out. Parts of the weapons cache that you first claimed from the Smuggler's Rest or the Smuggler's Haunt when you initially arrived in this area. But you're able to go over to the stable where your horses have evidently had their own short rest and looking much the better for it. The one of the stable hands kind of somewhat proudly presenting them to you all as you approach, going, right, brush them down, refresh the saddles, and make sure they're all strapped up for you. He holds out the reins, looking very keen.
Well, let's kiss ass. Good job.
He kind of looks up and then up at you some more. Thank you, sir. She's a right nice horse.
Yep, the sunshine in your day.
And so, yeah, he hands the reins to each of you in turn, waits for a moment to see if there's potential for a gold piece being forthcoming, before he sort of bods his head and runs off to see to the next mount that's awaiting him.
The tip is his life.
I mean, you guys dropped like a full gold, like I think it was 2 gold pieces into his hand the first time you met him. That's more money than he's ever seen before.
Yup.
I don't know what this you guys thing is.
Adventures, man.
Wanderers never paid the poor.
No, but didn't you try to hand a crap ton of money over to somebody?
Don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, nobody ever pays ever.
These we're riding.
Yep. Group is really oddly awkward.
Is that our party name now? Oddly awkward. oddly awkward free.
So, Nix, you, as I mentioned, are able to point to the location of the camp that you saw as being in this area. Go ahead and give me a survival check just to be able to pinpoint it precisely.
Can I try to aid him in that?
Yes, you may, yeah. Oh, yeah. You are very easily able to recall the route that you took, and also with the familiarity of the that you have with the surrounding area, and thinking about the precise route and the lay of the land and similar along the way, you are going to have advantage on any stealth checks that you make to approach, like from a terrain standpoint, unseen. Once you get closer, it will just be regular stealth checks to avoid kind of being heard and seen individually. But in terms of avoiding the obvious approaches that where you might be more easily spotted, you will have advantage on any stealth checks that you make in that arena.
Nix knows definitely one spot to fucking avoid.
Again, you're riding out. You've got, you'd estimate based on your travel, during in this area the day before. It's going to take again probably another 2 or 3 hours. At this point, it's about midday. By the time you've left Aldwell after your rest, maybe a little after. So you probably get there early to mid-afternoon, say about 3 or 4 o'clock. Is there anything that anybody wishes to do or say on the journey out?
Lauren would just ride up next to Nyx in the front. And he would just say, "How's it going, Scout?"
Oh, you know, how it usually is.
Doesn't seem like it. As you see his one eye just staring into you.
It's complicated, but mostly my fault, I guess. So I will resolve it. Don't worry, Uncle Lorium.
Shut the fuck up. You would have seen when he said "shut the fuck up," he like sort of squatted down on his horse towards you, but then he just straightens himself. Is it something you can resolve easy?
It's something that I can probably get to not be an issue right now. Resolving it might take a conversation I don't know that I'm willing to have right now.
Right now?
Well, yeah, like on horseback, right into the people.
Oh, well, shit. Yeah, you're right. Well, yeah. Whatever it is, just be sure you fix it. The whole world against you. You don't want your family against you, too.
No, I know. I can honestly say everything I've done has been for Dreamer.
Yeah, I figured. Well, he'll just smack you on the back a little hard. And just say, "Get to it, then." And he'll trail off.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Good talk. And then Nyx will bring his horse next to Naira's.
She sits up very straight.
Look, I'm sorry. I was mean back there, and I shouldn't have been.
You know, I was thinking, I think I'm going to do the next scouting run. When we approach, I'd like to be the one who goes out.
If you like, I could ride back to town. That might just be simpler.
She sort of frowns and looks at you. Are you okay? Oh, I don't understand. You know what? I'm just. It's something I wanted practice at, Nix.
Well, you're the boss, so whatever you'd like. And he
Why are you
hangs
mad
his
at
head a
me?
little. No, Dreamer, I'm not mad at you. I guess I'm just mad. I don't have anywhere to put it. So I'm sorry.
Well, then remind
Probably
me to ask Lorium if I can borrow his shield.
fair, but I'll probably need to use it first.
I'm sorry I asked too many questions. I'm even sorrier I don't know the answers.
No, you asking questions, that's who you are.
Yep, it's what I always do.
You know, for being the smartest person I know, you can have the answer right in front of you, and if you don't want to see it, you don't.
I guess I better ask the right questions.
True. But maybe also realize that never mind. You should probably focus up since you're going to be scouting. And roll an insight check. Um, you can just tell he's a little hurt. And he'll go back to where he was originally with his horse.
She will call out to you before you can go, and she'll go, well, it's always best to learn from somebody.
He'll nod his head, but keep going.
Will you go with me?
Of course.
Okay, so You continue riding, pulling closer and closer to where you know this camp to be. That was some excellent role playing by everybody there as well. So, Lorium, Uther, Nyra, Nix, all of you have inspiration if it was not already on your sheet. Go ahead and add it. And then everybody give me stealth checks with advantage based on Nix's earlier survival roll.
Straight roll. Let's go,
Nice.
Water.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking stealthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're so
That's what we like to
Um,
see. That's exactly what we like to see.
We're so good at this.
So yeah, Nix, you are able to guide them to within about a half mile of where you remember this camp being, along a kind of broken and tree and copse-filled valley, until you get to a point where any further and you would be in danger of being spotted by the camp inhabitants. You reckon that based on your experience of this terrain, that this would be the best place to leave the mounts, and if the two of you were going to move forward on a personal scouting mission, this would probably be the place.
Nix will bring the group to a stop. And just turn to everybody else and say, we're just gonna go scout ahead and just make sure they haven't moved or gained any more members.
All right, you two stay safe.
I obviously don't have to go, Nix. If you think it would be, it occurs to me now that maybe in the middle of this particular thing, it might not be a good idea to be trying to learn new things. If you think it would be safer, I defer to your expert judgment.
No, you said you were gonna do this. Let's go. And he'll start going.
Okay. And she gets off her horse and follows along after him.
Okay.
Lorem just nudges Wander and says, "See, I told you they could fix it." He didn't say shit to you.
Fix what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay, so Nix, Naira, please go ahead and give me stealth checks, both of you.
Oh, we don't get to keep this stealth check? That was a good stealth check.
That
You
was
did specifically
for
say what
party
we got
average.
both there.
Yeah,
Damn
that was a party
it.
average to kind of approach unseen. Now you're going to actually be within clear eyesight and approaching close enough that sound and the like is going. It could potentially be an issue.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
So are we
Good
talking like a
thing.
few hundred feet?
I'm gonna use my inspiration too.
Good thing.
Good thing. Definitely a good thing.
We had a 5 and a 4.
Why did I roll a d20?
You did not.
You're a copycat, dude. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No, I like the other D20. I like the other one. That. Yeah,
Well, if it's a
Take
skill
Naira's,
check,
come
they
on.
don't nat 20s don't matter on skill checks, technically.
Okay.
Says the person who won't be discovered.
Well, why? That seems like a reasonable thing to be concerned about. So, you are approaching from a easterly direction toward this camp. Around it, the ground is fairly broken up and filled with trees and the like. There's definitely plenty of cover during your approach. How close are the two of you going to be trying to get on your little scouting excursion?
Nyx is only planning to get close enough to just make sure, like, nothing had changed much, or just like get to see if their numbers had changed, and.
Okay.
Naira's gonna
Maybe a
be
couple hundred feet.
Yeah, Naira's gonna be trying to find out, like if they have guard posts set up, or like if anybody seems to be on watch. Like she's gonna be looking at their tactics.
Okay, so you're approaching probably to within a couple hundred feet.
I think Naira's instinct would be to get closer.
Okay, like how close
Probably
then? Like what level of
probably
detail?
like 100 feet.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pull you into the map then. Your characters aren't actually where they kind of will be on the map, but the map can only be so big without affecting load times. So,
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense.
Naira and Nyx, you guys should be getting vision shortly. The rest of you will also be pulled in, but you don't have tokens here just yet. As you both approach, give me perception checks as well.
Better.
Oh.
Okay, so as you guys are getting closer, looking specifically at their numbers and the like, you, Nyx, do see somebody that appears to be, if not on watch, then certainly on alert. It is one of the lance-armed hobgoblins already mounted on his wolf and seems to be kind of circling the camp, moving in a steady kind of circuit about 30 or 40 feet out beyond the boundary.
Well,
The
I'm
rest you see.
Oh, I was just gonna make a joke. While I'm like, look at those pretty tans.
Are we next to each other, or?
Yes. Well, I mean, unless the two of you would have separated during your approach. Would you have?
Naira definitely has a curious streak, so there is every likelihood that she would have moved without considering where Nyx was going. So if Nyx would have deliberately followed her, then like she wasn't trying to avoid him or anything, but she's still kind of stupid when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Cool. Was just gonna point out the writer, but do you?
Well, I mean, you could follow me. That is a potential.
Sometimes you gotta let Icarus fly to the sun. I mean, he'll stay within, like, visual range. Although you rolled, like, super high, so I may not know where you are.
What was your perception? 23?
Oh, it was the
It's a
exact
tie.
same.
Yeah, it's a tie.
Yeah, tie. Tie technically goes to the attacker, which in this case, like Nyx is the one that is trying to oppose your stealth check. So you are able to just barely keep track of generally where she is. Although if you did let her get too far ahead, it would be very, very easy for you to lose track of her. So if you are determined to kind of stay within visual range, you would probably need to stay within 20 to 30 feet of her.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, Naira, you approach to within about 100 feet, and from that distance, you can kind of you can very clearly see, even as sort of distracted and excited as you are, the figures that are moving around. You know, they're not trying to be stealthy or hide themselves at all. There's two large tents that you can see have been set up. Next to them, there's a heavy stake over here, where these two direwolves have thick rope running from the collars around their necks, tied off to this stake, and there's a hobgoblin that seems to be feeding them or interacting with them in some way, whilst this other one rides a third in circuits around the camp, and two other figures, hobgoblins from the look and size of them, are crouched over a fire, apparently preparing some form of meal. That's all you can see from this distance, unless is there something specific you're trying to gauge?
No, although Naira is now like, oh darn, I wish I'd had Uther make me invisible. I'd love to see what's inside those tents.
I mean, you still could.
I could try. I don't feel like dying.
It's fair.
She will at this point look around for Nyx, because she's going to have some questions.
I was gonna say, since I've seen that wolf person, when she starts looking around for me, I would have motioned her to like move back into the brush, or further away, so we can converse, because I know he's coming around on that.
Yeah, she'd do that without question or hesitation.
Okay. Because you didn't approach too closely, there's still plenty of cover between the two of you. And as he arrives at the closest point on his circuit, he continues on, apparently unaware.
Nyx will just point the rider out to Naira.
Okay, so he seems to be doing a circuit. Is there anything else I should be looking for?
Well, you saw the stake with the direwolves, right? Tying them up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many figures do you see?
Well, there's the 3 wolves and 4 goblinoids.
Yep, and remind me, it changed to 3 to 4 wolves?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, it looks like, other than maybe the people who are inside the tent, looks like everybody I saw is accounted for.
Which one's the leader?
I don't see him, right?
Your perception check. No, you don't see the one that was wearing the effigy. However, the hobgoblin that is riding the wolf is holding one of the lances that you saw.
My guess is the leader's probably in one of them tents.
So we should be thinking about the best approach.
Yeah. And like, take note that rider up there who's doing the circle. He's got one of them lances. And can I make out what the other goblins have?
With a 23, yeah, I'm going to say that you can see that most of them seem to be armed in the same way as most of the other hobgoblins that you've fought. They, unlike most of the goblinoids, seem to have a almost kind of standard issue equipment that they all have, which is a fairly large, heavy shield, a sword, and a bow with a quiver of arrows. And from what you can see here, like certainly the two figures around the fire, one of them is actually holding his bow and seems to be kind of working on restringing it, whilst the other is sharpening a sword. And there you see kind of a pile of equipment next to them with a pair of shields leaned against it. So you would surmise that that's their battle equipment. They are all also wearing the fairly thick and heavy, and though crudely manufactured, nonetheless very effective chainmail that most of the other hobgoblins that you fought have worn.
Nyx will point those things out so that Naira can get a general sense of where everything is, and then he'll turn to her and say, "Okay, so how would you approach?"
Well, considering we have Wander and Lorium, who, bless them, are going to be noticed, I would have you approach from the east or the southeast and try and neutralize the hobgoblin feeding the tied up wolves, while at the same time having the bigger folks in the party come up from the south. That way we might not have to deal with those two tied up wolves because they're already trapped.
All right then. Sounds like we've got a plan. Let's go tell him.
Oh, but let's not if that's a bad idea, please. I don't need to be getting everybody killed.
We could get everybody killed with a good idea, Dreamer. You gotta just have confidence. You have the information. You formulated a plan. If things need to change on the fly, they will.
Okay. Thank you for bringing me out here. What should we do about the one holding the big stick?
Oh, I think we point him at Lorium and let Lorium have fun.
All right. Well, let's go back and tell them.
Okay. You are able to withdraw, apparently without being seen, having not approached too close to the camp itself. You make your way back toward the rest of the party and are reunited.
All right, y'all. So, we didn't see all of them. Some of them might have been in the tents. Right now, they got two of them wolfies tied up, but they got one guy on a wolf circling around the place with a lance, and he'll look over to Lorium. I figured you'd like a shot at him.
He'll just smile and say, "Oh, you know me so well."
Dreamer figures the best way we should come up is from the south. maybe like me and her coming up from a little more south.
Southwest.
I don't
I
know.
said east, but I meant west. I think.
Oh, okay, southwest. Um,
I
and
don't know. I don't know directions.
I don't know either. I just like lost them in my head. I was like, my head immediately went stage west, and I was like, that's wrong.
That's what I'm having the same problem.
So you're telling me that our cartographer and our scout.
Don't know left and right.
Hmm.
Or west and east.
Look, I'm not a scout. I only play one on TV.
That's correct.
No. Say it ain't
West.
so.
West.
Yeah, to make it easy, the rules I do for the ones I'm just DMing is it's always like when you get down on the map, whatever you're looking at just becomes north. You know what I mean? Even if it's
Yes.
wrong when you zoom out, just to make it easy, it's like, hey, go north for the guy to the west and the guy to the east. You figure it out after.
But yeah, he's just gonna say, what he figures they should do is, Nyx and Naira should come from this like southwesterly direction to try to take out the hobgoblin by the wolves really quick, and then everybody else should come up from the south. That was Dreamer's plan.
But I'm happy to sketch out the camp, and if you guys want to give better ideas, that would also be fine. Here, let me. And she just immediately gets out her blank sheet, a small roll of paper, and starts sketching out the camp.
Yeah, that's something you're able to very easily do. And so the rest of you have actually a very similar representation to what you can now see in front of you. Or should all now be able to see in front of you. If anybody still doesn't have vision, please let me know.
Nope, we're good.
Lauren will just say, so you want me to get their attention first?
Actually, I think that what we should do is let the death of this particular hobgoblin get their attention. And then when he dies, distract them with bigger and better weapons.
Just be careful not to get swarmed if really there's that many of them over there.
Well, no plan is without risk. But I do think that if we manage to neutralize this hobgoblin, then we won't have to deal with the two wolves that have been tied up, hopefully. In theory.
Good theory. Plus you two are fast fuckers, you can catch up to me.
Naira sort of preens.
Just this time, catch up to me. Don't make me run to you again.
Well, I wasn't there.
Nyx is gonna raise an eyebrow at that.
See, I can swing something harder than you, but I can't run as fast as you, alright?
The only thing I would suggest is maybe, while it would be ideal if that one hobgoblin died, maybe once it's been attacked, that should be the cue to charge.
Yes, no, I'm sorry. I should be clear. I just sort of expected the first, if we could get off, maybe both of us could get off some shots before anybody noticed. We might be able to fell him in one attack.
But since improv is the art of war, you should, just take a shot if they start yelling once they inevitably notice me walking on up to them.
Yep.
Just for my own sake, about how far away were we from the? Let's say any of the hobgoblins.
At this point, you're all back together where Nick's with your horses and the like. So at this point, you're probably about half a mile away from the camp itself, behind like a small rise. So you're completely out of view at the moment.
I'm gonna barrel roll down that rise.
You read my mind.
Do a barrel roll.
I'm gonna start calling you Fox.
No barrel.
No barrel.
Okay, so as far as I understand the plan, then Nyx and Naira, you two are going to be trying to circle around to the southwest and approach from that direction to get the jump on this guy. So basically, you're going to be trying to reach this tree or
Yeah.
maybe this bush. Yeah, somewhere around here.
Yeah, actually, Naira is going to ask Uther if he has enough left to make her invisible because she needs to get closer with her little crossbow to aim properly.
It'd be my last big one.
Oh, then don't worry about it. I can be quite sneaky.
Yes, you can. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's not going to go badly at all.
Yep, you just jinxed it. Great. Good job. God damn it, Uther.
And then the rest of you are going to be approaching as stealthily as you are able from pretty much straight south, like more or less following the this track. Correct?
Was it going to be from the south or from the east?
That's really for you to decide.
Honestly, probably the southeast.
All right.
Okay.
And that way we can wait till the that rider has gone up and around.
Okay. So you're going to kind of poke your head up and wait until he's on a portion of his circuit to where he's not going to be like staring directly at you guys as you start to approach. And then like you and Naira are going to be sneaking in. But when he is essentially facing away from the group, that's when the rest of the group will start coming in from the southeast. I just want to make sure that
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, first things first. Then,
On the realist?
you all
Damn it.
you have all dismounted, and upon making this plan, break off into your two different groups, splitting the party.
Before we split the party, Naira's going to hang back, and when she thinks no one's looking, she's going to give Uther a peck on the cheek.
Actually, a really big fan of those. I can get used to that.
There's got a bird thing confirmed.
Stay silent. Stay safe, okay?
That's the
We'll
plan.
get this one like we've dealt with the last ones.
She winks at you. I'll be fine. I've been trained by the best.
Smiles, returns the wink, and then waves you off as he begins to crouch down, creeping forward his path.
On the wind, you just hear, get a room.
Well, if you wanted to be aware of that, she did say that she was waiting until they had a moment of privacy. So go ahead and give me a perception opposed by her stealth.
I will say that was fully a joke. Nyx is not paying attention.
Fair enough. Okay, so Nyx and Naira, you guys scurrying ahead of the group a little on your slightly longer, more circuitous route. Give me stealth checks yourselves to get into position without being noticed.
Well, shit, this is about to go bad.
Right? Our roles have been.
no! Shit!
Do I have to roll?
Yes, you do.
Naira is she's got to stop getting whiffs of Uther's cologne before trying to do stuff.
Don't worry, it evens out.
I don't think it does.
9's not terribly low.
You can
Still
pass
higher
a
than
really
one.
stupid
A 9
ogre.
and a 26 averages out to.
Oh boy.
I definitely got caught.
No.
So, the two of you are circling. As the rest of the party crest the rise and start to make your way down, the two of you are circling around to the south when there's a sudden shift in the wind. And this rider who was heading toward the north, the wolf, suddenly stops in its tracks and its head whips around. And you, Naira, hear the snarl of this sudden movement, the barking growl that it lets out, and your head whips over in just instinctual response to this aggressive noise, and you, for a moment, lock eyes with this wolf as it turns in place. Apparently becoming aware of you. The rest of you who are approaching from the southeast, your companions not yet quite in position, unfortunately, to the south here. The rest of you approaching from the southeast see this wolf whip around, a barking growl being let out, and the hobgoblin on its back, taking a moment to of recognition himself as the wolf turns and points him at you. Then he lifts his lance, lets out a bellow in goblinoid, and I am going to need everyone to roll for initiative, please.
Record scratch. I bet you're wondering how we got here.
Oh, fuck you. At least I was on it.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I
most of the
have a plus
hobgoblins were
5.
not.
I forgot I had a plus 5 to initiative.
Yeah. Dexterity, motherfucker.
Well, and Bard. That really helps.
Oh yeah, shit. It does affect that crap.
That crap.
Because like hardly anything else does.
Yeah, it's one of the very few abilities that can actually improve your initiative score. However,
Yeah.
has the battle music started for you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's not coming through quite properly on my end, but good. Okay, anyway, I'm glad it's going for you guys. So yes, so Naira, you see this wolf whip around, noticing you, its rider raising his lance and bellowing a order in goblinoid, or what you would assume to be an order in goblinoid. However, despite being seen, you are by far the quickest to respond to the sudden outpouring of violence, and it is the top of the round. You get to act first. As all around the camp, you see the hobgoblins reaching for weapons and the wolves snapping and snarling in sudden activity and excitement.
Well, shit. I don't know what to do.
I don't know, something about good intentions paved the road to hell.
Naira is going to... Yeah, I'll just do what I thought. So if I go there, am I basically there's a tree trunk? But
Yeah, you would have cover from that hobgoblin and probably any hobgoblins that came out of the tent, and like this guy, and maybe partial cover against this guy too. Yeah, there's a tree trunk right here.
can I still fire at this hobgoblin?
Yes, yeah, you can like lean around the tree and fire at him, no problem.
Cool beans. Then I'm going to get my crossbow out as I just scamper very quickly over here and fire at that guy.
Roll your attack.
Do stuff. $16.
16. He does not have his shield equipped yet, so a 16 hits. Roll your damage.
Woot. Four, 6.
6. Okay, yeah. Your bolt takes him in the side, and he snarls in pain. Still on his feet, but definitely injured. The three of you, Laurium, Uther, Wander, please also roll me stealth checks for your approach to see if you are noticed as the rider snaps
Come on,
around.
boys, we got this.
I'm not the only one.
I should have spoken. I suck at it. There we go.
Yeah!
Yeah!
That's 3 net ones to stealth us here.
There.
It was meant to be.
The two of you just, as you see Naira launch herself forward, also both just burst out of the undergrowth, making yourselves extremely obvious. And your obviousness is rewarded, Laurium, as the wolf that was tracking Naira on her sudden scamper forward suddenly whips its head around to you as you and Wander make your appearance. You being by far the larger and more intimidating looking target. It turns and seems to be readying a charge toward you as the hobgoblin on its back pauses for a moment and lowers his lance. This direwolf over here on the southern one that is tied up. Before the charge can begin, however, seeing you, Naira, and hearing the snarl of pain from its handler, is going to be trying to pull free of the stake where it is tied up. But despite straining at its leash, it apparently cannot break free of the mooring, as the hobgoblin with a bellow makes its charge toward you, Laurium. But this lance, it comes thundering toward you. The point, like this gleaming kind of jagged metal, seeking toward your chest. The bounding, loping stride of the wolf seems to throw him off slightly, and the point glances off your heavy pauldron, while the wolf, for its part, will also try and attack.
Big
18?
bag. Yep.
Okay.
It's funny because starting off, I wanted to do a thing, but before we walked in, that would have made that miss, but nope. I didn't want to wreck on it.
But only 6 points of damage as it seems to take advantage of the glancing strike of the lance to bite into your shield arm, but not able to find full purchase through your armor. You are easily able to resist the wrenching tug of its jaws and remain on your feet.
Cool.
And it is now your turn. Uther, you're on deck next.
He's just gonna look up at the goblin and the hobgoblin. And after wincing a bit from that, he's just gonna say, Zakbara! And then cast... Oh, wait. I don't think I can do that. Nope, I wouldn't be able to do that. And I would know I wouldn't be able to do that. So, instead, I'm just gonna take a swing at, honestly, one of the wolf's front legs, and try to make it, or no, his rear legs and try to make it fall. So he's going to swing over here.
Okay.
And you tell me if that would be
No, you
full-on
didn't move.
damage or anything.
What do you mean?
Because I'm specifically trying to cause an effect.
Well, so you're trying to basically make a shove attack to knock it prone? That's basically how it would be counted in the rules.
Pretty much. But yeah, he's trying to gouge out the fucking wolf's Achilles tendon on its rear leg.
Okay, let me just double check something there.
Because it could be a shove attack, or it could be a call.
Yeah.
Or it could
He's
be a
trying to
what?
make-
A called shot.
Oh yeah, I don't really play with those rules. I'm not entirely familiar with them. But here we go.
Wouldn't that like give me disadvantage on the roll or something?
I think it adds like 5 or something depending.
Yeah. But in this case, however, just go ahead and make a strength athletics check
Sure.
versus it being a four-legged creature. It does have advantage against attempts to knock it prone, though, because it's of its more stable kind of platform. But yeah, go ahead and roll your check.
Well,
Great.
hold on now.
Oh, nope.
Okay.
But no, even though you get your shoulder into it quite well and shove it forward, it is able to sort of keep its feet despite your best efforts. Is there anything else you want to do on your go? That was your action and your move. You've still got a little bit of move left.
Yeah, and I got a bonus action, so he's going to go ahead and tear out a little piece of parchment at his waist. And it's going to burn in the fire in his hand, and he's going to cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Okay.
And that'll be his turn, as his armor glows a dull purple.
Uther, you're up.
Uther's going turn, drawing his pistol stick, and he's gonna try and put one into the dire wolf in front of him. Oh!
Boy.
Oh my
So
goodness!
many ones.
So many ones.
No. That is obviously that is unfortunately a miss. So
And then he's at that he's gonna just kind of frown and like look down at the stick and be like, "I gotta carve you. This isn't working." As he would then rush his 30 feet that way.
okay. What path do you take exactly?
It was staying out of his reach.
Staying out of. Okay. No
Yeah,
problem.
it was
I'll
like
trust
this,
you on that. I'll
essentially.
trust you on the measuring of that. Okay. The second direwolf up here is also going to be trying to pull free of the stake. Ooh, but still, unfortunately, is not able to quite summon up the strength. The stake's been pounded into the ground fairly hard, and it is still straining at its leash. When Nyx, you are now able to act.
Okay. Nyx is going to take a moment and focus and use his bonus action to steady aim his short bow and shoot that first hobgoblin that's already been damaged.
Okay, what's the short range on a short bow?
80 feet, baby!
Fair enough then. So yeah, go ahead and roll your attack with advantage.
Oh!
Hey.
And
I wish
roll
I
your
attacked a
damage
different one.
with sneak attack.
Mhm.
1 second, please.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of dice.
46.
Lot of
Big ol' sixes.
The dice.
That'll be funny.
3 6s and a 2. Ooh.
Is that 19?
19. Yeah.
19 total? Okay. Yeah.
A
That
1
is-
and a 2 on those D6 pieces of crap.
So yeah, it reels around from the blow from your sister's bolt. Oop. What the heck is going on?
He's not any of those.
Unconscious, restrained, unconscious,
There we
restrained,
go.
dead.
It's my trick arrows,
twice.
you guys.
Sorry, that was Foundry.
He's having a
messing me up.
day.
He was just on the ground like, and then he died.
It kind of spins around as it takes your sister's bolt in its ribs and presents its front for a perfect aimed shot that takes it just right above the collarbone in the throat, and it reaches up and kind of clutches at its throat for a moment and then falls to its knees, gurgles, and face down in the dirt. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
I cannot do anything else. My speed is 0.
Okay. From inside the larger of the two tents, you hear a bellowing roar in Goblinoid, and you, Nyx, recognize the figure that emerges as the better armed and armored of the hobgoblins that you had seen. As he emerges, glances around for a brief moment, and then turns and begins running toward these two direwolves, drawing his sword as he moves. But that is all he's able to do on his turn. Wander, you're up.
Wander is gonna grab his mace from his side as he is low on resources, and he's gonna walk up to the dire and take a page out of Lorium's book. Try to hit it.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an attack.
Big 14.
Against, was that the direwolf or the hobgoblin?
That was the direwolf.
14 hits. Roll your damage.
Let's go. Big damage. Big damage.
The biggest damage.
The biggest.
The biggest damage!
Yeah.
God, the dice hate us today.
It all started with Uther said, "This is gonna go well."
So it's your fault.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, 4 points of bludgeoning damage. It seems to mostly kind of shrug off your blow. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, that's it.
Okay. This hobgoblin, by one of the hobgoblins by the fire, jumps up. This is the one that had the bow in its hands, and so it again looks around, seeing that you would have cover from it. It is going to move down here to get a clear line on you, Naira, raise its bow, and release a shot.
He misses.
Does 16 hit?
No.
Okay. Another emerges from inside the tent, drawing a sword with it and strapping a shield to its arm as it moves, glancing around for a moment and seeing the group gathering over here on the right. It is also going to then run forward toward you, 10, 20, 30. Bellowing a challenge in Goblinoid as the last one snatches up the sword that it was sharpening, and picking up the shield as it moves, also runs quickly over toward the direwolves that had been strapped to the stake in the ground over there. Naira, as they both run past, top of the round, you're up.
Naira is going to see them all bunched up like that and think, well, I should get out my rapier. And you all start to hear a familiar humming sound that grows louder and louder as she flings it at them and casts Shatter.
Okay, so one Constitution saving throw.
Mm.
Another Constitution saving throw.
Damn it.
Okay, one direwolf makes it, one direwolf fails. The hobgoblin lieutenant.
God damn it!
Ooh.
Ooh, also makes it. The
So
other
close.
hobgoblin. Ooh,
Y'all
also makes
suck.
it. But still, go ahead and roll your damage. They will take half.
not.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
some
such
good damage.
good
That's
damage.
Good
pretty
damage.
good.
Yeah.
That's really good damage.
So the direwolf closest to you seems to take the brunt of the spell, cringing back in pain, while the rest of them sort of throw up their shields and seem to be almost sheltered by its bulky form.
And then she's going
how-
to use her movement.
Mm-hmm.
Get back here.
Okay. The direwolf here is going to take the disengage action. You, Lorium and Wander, see the hobgoblin that the two of you have flanked, bark something and kind of kick with his spurs at the direwolf beneath him, and it moves in a kind of very strange, with a sort of strange, almost unnatural grace for something so big, as it moves away from you, not provoking attacks of opportunity. As it goes 5, 10.
Does the hobgoblin also not provoke attacks of opportunity?
Correct.
Damn it.
The hobgoblin knight brandishing his lance in the air as the wolf runs. Is that 50 feet? Ooh, whoopsie. Yeah, as the wolf moves 50 feet back over toward Nyx and Naira. This other direwolf turns to follow you, Naira, snarling in preparation, but now that the hobgoblins are there, seems to be waiting for them to release it. While the hobgoblin knight on the back of the direwolf that moved away reaches down, sheathes his sword as it moves, reaches down.
I should probably point something out. I don't want to, but if the stake that's holding them in the ground is not considered part of their worn, it would have taken
You're
damage.
right. And yeah, with 17 thunder damage, I'm gonna go ahead and say that it actually, no, thank you for reminding me. It
You're welcome.
shatters the stake. And both of these rope reins that appear to have been tied around it kind of flail for a moment wildly in the air and then settle loosely back down onto the grass, ready to be snatched up. But the hobgoblin knight is going to use his bow and try and take a pot shot at you, Nyx. However, it being an awkward weapon to wield on the back of a wolf, he is firing at disadvantage. A 10 misses.
Yay!
Wander, you're up. Or no, sorry, Lorium, you're up.
All right. I said, God damn it, we're playing this game again. And he's going to 50, 20, 25, 30. Run right here. And just look at, look at this hobgoblin. This one looks like it's in heavy armor, right?
Slightly heavier, yes.
But no shield?
Yes, it is. It's currently kind of hung its shield on the side of its saddle to use its bow. But it does have a shield available, but it is not currently wielding it.
All right, no, fuck it. He's gonna take a shot at him. He will take out a javelin. Huh?
At the Wolf Rider?
Yes.
Okay.
He's going to take out a javelin, fucking bang it on the ground, and as it bounces up, he is going to catch it with his arm reach back and chuck it at the motherfucker, and I'm going to use inspiration for advantage, because fuck this guy.
Roll your attack, sir.
Thank God I did.
Ooh, very nice. Yes, that is a
Almost
hit. Roll
made.
your damage.
Okay. For 10 damage.
Oof. 10 points. As, your javelin just takes him full in the back, and you see him kind of arch in agony and drop his bow for a moment as he kind of reaches back and wrenches it out with a gout of blood that pours down the back of his armor. He certainly felt that.
That's his turn. He's just going to repeat the fucking curse at all of them, all the 3 that he can see.
Okay. Uther, you're up.
Uther is gonna take a one step closer. Whoop. As he's going to look towards the one all the way in the back, trying to get ready to mount up over there. And he's going to try and shoot him in the back of the head.
Okay. Which one? The lieutenant or the regular?
Let me
North
see
or
if
south,
the lieutenant's in range. I'm going to take the lieutenant.
Okay. Roll your attack.
Here we go. Come on. Nat 20.
No.
Oh. Is a 15 good enough?
Unfortunately not. He seems to kind of spy you coming, and as you let loose this blast of arcane energy, he again throws up this thick, though crude, effective shield, and the energy wastes itself against the boards. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
Do that again, Nix. As I'll give him inspiration.
Okay. The second direwolf seems to be almost straining now, looking at the lieutenant that's approaching it, evidently ready to charge, but not yet moving. Nix, you're up.
Oh, it's me.
Your boy.
I know exactly what I'm doing. First, I'm gonna turn and shoot this hobgoblin with a short bow shot.
Okay.
With
15 unfortunately
inspiration?
does not make it. Oh yeah, well, if you wanted to use your inspiration.
Yeah, I know it's supposed to be like before I know it hits.
I was very quick off the draw there. It's fine. You can. I'll say you can go ahead and use it. It's very like you've got to be a little bit loosey goosey with those kinds of rules when you're playing in VTT because it automatically does all the calculations.
Yeah, because you'd have
Yeah,
looked down and been
yeah.
like, I think I should. Hold on.
Exactly. Yeah.
When I saw that 8, I was like, I think I'm going to. It's a D6, right?
Yes.
Oof. 20. That does transform that certainly into a hit. As you listen and obey to Uther's instructions.
8 damage.
8 damage. It is still on its feet, but ooh, Nelly, is it hurt?
Then, this is gonna be fun. Nyx is gonna run forward and go. Basically, he's gonna run 30 feet and then use his bonus action to pounce 20 feet, and that'll put that. I measured it. It'll put me next to this hobgoblin. But let me just double check that I counted correctly.
Yeah, 30 feet and then a pounce. That'll get you there.
I want to end up by its side.
Yep.
Wrong tool. And that's my turn.
Okay. On his turn, the hobgoblin lieutenant is going to spend half his move jumping up onto the back of this large direwolf that has been released from the stake. And the direwolf takes its readied action to charge down, heading straight for Naira, as the lieutenant on its back snatches up and readies his lance, lowers it to the charge, and attempts to skewer Naira on the end of it. Oh, but is unable to find you.
Why are you
with
upset
the
about that?
step-
Yeah, what's that about?
What?
Come on now.
Thank goodness.
If you really wanted to hit, you'd roll better, and you know it. You don't want to hurt us.
Technically, if
Wander,
we're within
you're
5
up.
feet, it's disadvantage anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna.
That attack was called a brutal charge, and I don't like that.
I'm gonna move right here. And I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on the hobgoblin on the wolf.
Okay, and it needs to make a dexterity save.
Si, senor. And it makes it.
Okay, yep. Unfortunately, the wolf skips aside, and your flames just leave this chrysanthemum of flame in the grass beneath it. You've still got your bonus. If there's anything you want to do.
No, he's holding it.
Okay. Well, his prey having come to him, this hobgoblin in front of you, Nyx, raises his sword, or drops his bow, draws the sword at his side, and shield, and is going to take a swing at you with his longsword. Ooh,
Yeah, that
for a
hits.
21.
Super hits.
Oh, that was almost max damage for 7 points of damage as the sword just cleaves into the side of you, and he bellows something into your face in goblinoid. Whilst the other
We should have brought Ploven.
Mm-hmm.
moves into combat with you, Lorium, but rather than taking a swing, actually just kind of raises his shield and clangs his sword against it in apparent challenge, but appearing to be on the defensive for now. Whilst this other hobgoblin is also going to bound onto the back of this dire wolf. And let me just, we'll get rid of that and just check. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
His lieutenant apparently having singled out Naira, he is going to do his best to assail Nyx.
I've made a huge mistake.
Yeah, I was wondering about that when you ran right in the middle of all of them.
Moving over, and in fact, let me see.
I wasn't thinking they would move once they got on it.
It actually has enough movement to come to here, as the wolf, snarling and snapping, moves in behind you, and the hobgoblin on its back swings at you with his sword, attacking with advantage.
So, like, other than me not being proficient, would I still get sneak attack with heavy armor?
I think technically I would have to double check that. But does a 15 hit?
No, that misses.
Ooh, lucky you! As the blade just darts over your head, and that brings us back around to the top of the round. Naira,
Actually, I'm going to use my reaction.
Hell
I
yes.
should have fucking did this earlier and moved 15 feet away.
Go for it, sir. Okay, top of the round, Naira.
Naira is going to step here and really hope that Nyx gets the memo. And
Yep.
then I'm going to stab the dire wolf.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack. And by the way, being this close to him, you don't even have to roll. I'm going to go ahead and say you can see that worn over his armor on a thong in the middle of his chest is one of the effigies that you are at this point quite familiar with. And a 21 does indeed hit, so you can go ahead and roll your damage. For 8 points. Damn, nice. There we go. Okay, yeah, he certainly feels it, snarling in pain as your rapier finds its way through his armor. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, now I'm a little mad I moved. Oh well, I'll do it next round. Yeah, no, that's me done.
That's you done. Okay. So this direwolf here, with the knight on its back, turns now, having gained sufficient room. You see the hobgoblin kind of wheeling it and lowering his lance once more in preparation as the wolf kind of pitches and prepares to charge. And then lunges forward toward you, Laurium.
I like the visual that he's just writing it backwards.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Does a 23 hit?
Of course. Just gonna get this out of the way right now. Okay.
So you take 8 points of damage, but once again are able to just shake off the latching jaw.
I dropped concentration. That was a great spell slot.
Ooh. And yeah, okay. Unfortunately, the fire that was sizzling around you winks out as the jaws close on you. And the second direwolf here once again lunges after you, Nyx, bringing its rider along. Unfortunately, its rider is not able to trigger pack tactics, so it does only get the normal bite and misses.
No, not unfortunately. Fortunately.
Yeah, very fortunate.
However, the knight over here was carried in sufficient distance to try again with his brutal charge.
Uh-oh.
Oh, for a 22. On you, Laurium.
On me. Shit. Yep.
The lance this
I was
time
about to cry.
finding purchase through your armor and biting deep.
I'm never using that spell again. It doesn't matter.
Come on. Why is it not rolling? Okay, well, we'll just
destiny,
have to
you're not
roll it
supposed to.
manually.
No.
Really?
If it doesn't roll, there's no damage, right?
That's how it works.
For
Mm.
15 points of damage as this lance just bites deep, penetrating through your armor as it's able to get this straight line charge and lunge forward with its lance. But it is now your turn and you may respond.
Great. He's gonna take the sword and act like he's swinging it to the goblin, but when he inevitably raises his shield, he's just going to bounce it and fucking spin to slice this motherfucker's neck.
Okie doke. That just
The knight.
pierced you. Yep. Okay.
No.
Big roll.
Nope.
Not a big roll.
Ooh. Nope. Yep. Bounces off his shield for a change.
So
Yeah.
many damn ones.
Yep. In his face, he's just going to gulp.
Oh yes, I forgot to say as well. You, Anarian, before he left, offered you all 2 more potions of healing from his supplies that you could have split up. So I'll say whichever one of you, like first 2 to talk, will have been able to claim those.
I had used 1 in the fight. I know others of you use some.
I
Okay, so
would
we'll say
like one.
You would. Okay. So Laurium and Nyx, you guys both had an extra potion, which you, Laurium, have just utilized.
Yay.
Uther, you're up.
I'm going to then turn towards the hobgoblin knight right next to me, and I'm going to take a step forward, drawing my rapier as I spin my pistol stick and put it in to its holster. As I then run away, fool. as it builds and resonates in a dissonant manner.
And is that charisma or wisdom saving throw? I can never remember.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, okay.
Fail it. Do it.
Woot.
Which he failed. And in that now familiar way, your words take form in the air ahead of you, twisting and changing into a physical force which smashes in his face, which snaps backward, blood gouting from his eyes and ears as he tumbles back off the direwolf, lance falling from lifeless fingers as he collapses to the floor. And you are left with some movement and your bonus if there is anything else you wish to do.
I gotta double check my range. I don't think I can. Then I'll just go. Come on, Nix, you've got this. And inspire Nix.
Okay.
Remind me, what all can those be applied to? Like, I know attacks, but like saving throws and stuff?
Yes.
Mhm.
So attack rolls, saving throws, and skill checks.
Awesome.
So this direwolf then is going to turn, taking the disengage action so as to avoid any strike from Naira, and lunge forward toward you, Nyx, bringing its leader with it as he again levels his lance and picks up speed, readying to lunge forward as it closes. But you have a moment to respond, it being your initiative just before his.
Huh?
He has his reaction back.
Yes, you do also have your reaction, but it is your initiative just before the Hobgoblin Lieutenant goes.
Oh, before he...
Yeah, it's now your initiative, so go for it.
I have a weird question.
Mm-hmm.
From what I could tell, the charge attack has so far been in the direction that the wolf has moved.
Correct.
Cool. I'm gonna bonus action pounce, which does not get any opportunity attacks, and I'm gonna go to the other side of this fucker.
I see what you're doing.
Getting out of pack tactics.
Does it specify that pounce does not
Yes.
provoke attack opportunity attacks? It does. Okay, never mind then. Okay, so that is your bonus action. You still have your move and an action.
Oh, that was... I didn't mean to hit that. I'm so sorry.
You're good. No, that's fine.
Okay, now that I've done that. Who's more... I'm going to stab the Hobgoblin Lieutenant. Yep.
Okay, make your attack.
Hmm?
20 just hits.
Just hits?
He's wearing some fairly impressive armor. In addition to the chainmail, there's heavy plates strapped over it, thick leather that you can see, and he additionally has this heavy shield on his arm, none of which avails him for anything as your sword cuts deep into his kidney. Do you also want to use your move for anything?
Hold on, I'm thinking.
I'm gonna need to press you.
No, I know. I just know I'm gonna get opportunity attacks.
5, 4.
Yes, I'm gonna
3.
move.
Okay, where to?
I'm gonna move to. Actually, no, I'm not gonna move. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's the end of my turn.
I'll allow it. So the hobgoblin lieutenant, snarling in frustration that he was not able to bring his lancing charge to bear, turns and swings it and stabs it at you nonetheless. For 13, misses.
That's where you say.
And Wander, you're up.
Me.
Nyx just goes, bless your heart.
God damn it.
Wonder's gonna move right here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Yep.
And he's gonna hit the funny-looking dog. Hopefully.
You are rolling with advantage from flanking.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
18 hits.
Hell yeah. Yeah. For 6 damage.
6 points. Okay. It again cringes away from the blow, but seems to shrug it off mostly as this hobgoblin over here steps forward, and you see it bellowing something in goblinoid that the wolf you just struck appears to respond to. As the hobgoblin kind of appears to ready some sort of action. As the one that was with you, Lorium, moves to take advantage of the flanking of its own. Swinging at you. But once again, unable to find any kind of purchase through your armor.
You say once again like I wasn't hit 3 times in a row.
Fair. As this final hobgoblin swings its sword in the air and appears to ready a strike, but is not moving just yet. As we come back around to the top of the round, Naira.
Question: if I move there, can I get flanking?
No, you would need to be one more square over. You need to be here.
Okay. But the count starts from there, right? I can do that.
Yeah, you can make that in one move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, hang on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You were here?
When I just measured it out and it was 30.
Okay, then then you're fine.
I'm gonna go for the lieutenant and I'm gonna stab him
Okay.
with advantage. Thank God.
Fucking kill the
Oh,
bastard!
20 again, just hits.
Woot.
Hell yeah.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Oh, 15 points of damage.
Yeah.
15 damage total. He is still on his feet, but your rapier cuts deep, and he is looking in bad shape. There is blood just pouring from him as he just snarls and gnashes at the two of you.
God, I wish I had crossbow expert right now.
As this wolf will again take the disengage action at the command of the hobgoblin behind it, leaping back away from you to here, and triggering his readied action as he leaps up into its saddle, swinging his sword above his head and bellowing a challenge of his own. As this second dire wolf next to you, Naira, moves around at the urging of its rider and will attack you.
Yep.
with advantage from flanking. Oh my gosh!
Hell yeah.
But, is
Yeah.
Naira
still
does a
somehow
beautiful
unable.
does a beautiful spin and just completely avoids anything, any attack.
As you, Lorium, are up, and Uther, you're on deck.
Gotcha.
Oh, now that I only have one target next to me. The choice is pretty clear. I'm gonna run away. I'm kidding.
No, come join us over here. The water's fine.
22 certainly hits. Roll your damage.
Uther will notice Lorium, well, Wander too. Lorium is extremely pissed off at these fuckers.
Yeah, Mr. Paladin, isn't it annoying when they just
Lorium's going to multi-class and a barbarian.
do sorcerer, take Misty Step, trust me.
And yeah, your sword smashes through its block and cuts deep into its shoulder. It bellows in pain, but then smashes your arm back with its own shield and readies a return blow.
You just
It's
gonna
still on
walk
its feet.
there and tell Uther, kill this fucker.
Uther, it's your turn.
Uther will turn as he goes, but you're doing so well with him. As I'll take a few steps this way, as I'll look out and check if I can line this up. Let's see.
That'll hit them all.
Hell yes.
Yay. Damage right here.
Come on, big damage.
Oh,
Billion damage.
oh,
Yes.
Okay.
Holy moly. And that is one fail.
It's a dead puppy.
Oh,
One
One
success.
pass.
that's a not dead puppy.
Fail.
One fail.
Yes.
And a
God damn it.
success.
And
Okay.
one success. So, yeah, it was these two on the right that seemed to take the brunt of the damage. Both of them. Ouch. Okay, so the direwolf still on its feet, but certainly very hurt. The hobgoblin, however, simply thrown from his saddle by the concussion. The saddle that he had newly climbed into, and flopping bonelessly dead to the ground. As this other direwolf cringes in pain but remains up. The hobgoblin, though wounded on its back, also just remaining conscious in
Then
the face of your spell.
after seeing that, you see as Uther will draw his rapier again, and then essentially just take a few steps back, getting ready for the rush of them, and hoping to not get flanked with Lorium at his back.
Okay. So, oopsie.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Ah.
Uh-oh. No!
So this direwolf, at the barked order of the hobgoblin lieutenant, is going to take the withdrawal action, or the disengage action, and then bound forward towards you, Wander, and you watch as it closes, and the hobgoblin lieutenant's lance comes down in the charge toward you. Nyx, you're up.
You wouldn't hit a guy who's concentrating, would you?
That changed everything. Didn't change that much. 5.
Who do you want to
10,
protect
15,
more?
20.
Sister?
Yeah, you can do funny things.
Okay, I think this is right. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Back
It
and he
does
goes.
technically occupy this square here. So it would take you you would need to move around it there.
Well, if that's the case, then I will just move to.
Although, if you were in this square, you would still be in flanking. 'Cause the way that I rule it is if you can draw a line from like a corner of your occupied square to a corner of the other occupied square that goes through the center, then you are flanking.
Okay, cool. As part of his movement, he's going to, in his offhand, pull out his switchblade dagger, which he pops out. Ka-cha! And first, he is going to attack the direwolf by his sister with his short sword.
Okay.
With advantage.
Indeed. That hits. Roll your damage with sneak attack.
Commit murdered.
I like the sound effect for this switchblade. Kasha.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And yeah, it had 11 hit points left. As you come streaming by its side, your sword out. And do you want to describe how you end it? Or shall I?
I just I stab it in the furry ass.
So yeah, you come streaking around the side of it, and as you pass by the kind of soft underbelly of its hindquarters, you wrench your sword up and drag it along as you pass. And there's this horrible yelping wrench as the viscera flows out in your wake, and it kind of flops down to the ground underneath the wolf rider.
Nice. I will say I was
to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
And falls to the ground beside his mount, prone.
Snaps his neck. Oh, okay.
As he fails his saving check to land on his feet.
And then Nyx will turn around real quick and bring the switchblade dagger into the other direwolf.
Roll your attack. Your,
Significantly less damage.
That is a hit.
But damage nonetheless.
Max damage?
Hey!
Max damage!
Yeah, so you sink it into the thick meat of its shoulder. It does evidently feel it, but not enough to slow it down. And that is going to be all of your actions on your turn. As the hobgoblin lieutenant, as the charge strikes home, lunges forward and will try his luck.
Nope.
With wonder, but standing no chance against your thick metal plates, the lance scrapes uselessly off, and you may now respond. It is your go, Wander.
It is my go. And I don't have any spells. You know
Shoot
what?
her! Shoot her!
They
I'm
can't do
gonna
it.
need you to make a call.
I'm gonna hit him with the mace. I never miss. I never miss. And I swing with the mace and I never miss. I'm hitting the hot.
True. Okay. I mean, yeah. So far, that's been true. You've been pretty on point with that thing.
I am legally required to hit. Heh.
Ah!
I stay out of prison another day. Heh.
Prison? Question mark?
Yeah, I'm legally required to hit.
He had 4 hit points left, sir. As he
Yes!
as he comes in with this barreling towards you with this lance. How do you take him off his mount?
As he comes in at full speed, can I just I was gonna turn up and walk towards Lorium to get over to the other side of this hobgoblin, but can I just turn and swing absent-mindedly, just stop? Just
Yeah,
knock
just
him
as
off.
he comes by, you basically just kind of hold your mace out and locking your shoulder and arm kind of mechanically locking into place, like a clothesline bar that he just takes full in the chest, his head snapping back as it catches on your outstretched arm, and he tumbles backward off his mount, the effigy around his neck actually catching on the head of your mace and staying hanging there off the leather thong as he collapses to the dirt at your feet.
Now we have to teach Wander what a thong is.
Well,
God damn it.
maybe not. Can I just reach out and grab that and have that be my turn, or?
Yeah, so as a move action, you kind of retrieve it, and it is now basically in the hand that you wield your shield in.
Awesome. That'll be it.
Okay. This hobgoblin, seeing his lieutenant go down, nonetheless is going to snarl in anger, reaching out and stabbing toward you, Lorium, in a desperate attempt to inflict some damage. But
Fuck that one in
you
particular.
now having the measure of your opponent once again bat aside his strike. This hobgoblin on its turn is going to use half its movement to stand up, looking angrily back and forth between you and Naira and Nyx. It decides to try to avenge its fallen mount. Moving in to flank you, Nyx, and despite the brutal injuries that it suffered, is going to swing at you with advantage. The 17 hit.
Just hits.
Damn.
For only 4 points of damage. As its last gasp attempt. And Naira, you having seen this somewhat anemic swing at your brother.
You leave him alone.
Uh-oh.
Sister Angie.
She'd be mad. Uh-oh.
Oh, she very angry.
His sister mad.
I like all these crits on these low HP targets.
Sister Angie. Plus the 2d6 sneak attack.
Because why not? Above a 20!
So, as you deal 21 hit points of damage to the 1 hit point hobgoblin, what does everyone else see?
I change the grip on my rapier so I can. I'm stabbing down with it, and I literally just grab his head, pull it to the side, and sink my rapier straight down into his neck and down into his lungs.
Yeah, like you, Nyx, like you've seen stage shows with magicians that kind of pull, rods and things out of hats and then make them disappear back into them. It's a brutal and incongruous replication of that kind of feat as you just watch far too much steel disappear into the behind the collarbone of this hobgoblin in front of you. It sinks to its knees in front of you, and then gives a gasp as it's withdrawn and falls to the floor.
And then
Naira.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say Naira just hears his voice filled with pride. She'll just hear him say, "Mishnala."
And I will say, basically, you good? And before you even have time to answer, she is gonna dash off. Well, not dash actually, but if I go there,
Bound off. Yeah, if you go there, you'll have flanking with Wander.
okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting to switch. And put herself there.
The direwolf that you left behind and snarls and snaps once more at your brother and is going to do its best, which is not good enough. And that is all it can do on its turn as it tries desperately to find you, but is just unable to catch you in its jaws next. And Lorium, you're up.
Yup. Piss the fuck off, angry big tiefling boy. Is just gonna take his sword and try to stab it straight through his fucking sternum.
Through his own sternum.
Not his, but yeah. I'm guessing that misses.
That does miss. Again, the shield comes up just at the nick of time and it's a solid thunk impact. But you are unable to deal any damage. You've still got your move and your bonus if there's anything you want to do.
Can't do anything, but he will just wrap around.
Okay. As the two of you kind of dance and fence backward and forward, you're able to turn his back on Uther, whose turn it is.
Just turn, glancing towards the hobgoblin as I'll step forward with my rapier and try and bury it into his back.
Roll your attack with advantage.
That one hurts.
18 hits?
18 does just hit.
Nice.
Yes.
This is not one of the knights. Yeah, and 7 points of damage will do it as your rapier just finds a weak point in the back, digs in deep, and you hear the familiar death gasp as the hobgoblin stiffens and then falls as you withdraw your blade.
And then I'll just make my way over as I'll rush up next to Wander with my rapier drawn and in my turn.
Okay. The hobgoblin or the direwolf that you have rushed up to now presented with 3 targets.
Hey!
Is going to go for you, the new arrival.
No.
Come on, go get some.
No.
Oh, and actually,
He gets some.
Is able to get some. Yeah, so give me a strength saving throw, please. As well as 14 points of damage as its teeth just sink deep into you.
That is a lot of sum it is taking from me.
That was
Do
almost.
I keep my feet?
That was so much sum.
No. So yeah, Naira, Wander, you guys are flanking this wolf who's kind of looking back and forth between the two of you, and then suddenly turns and lunges, bearing Uther down to the ground and sinking its teeth into his shoulder.
He said, "Comes and gets some," and then gets tossed around like a ragdoll.
And just sink into the ground.
Naira does cry out at that point and go, Uther!
I'm fine. It's just you big ass. It's pulled off.
I'm fine. I told it to.
He's just getting Loki'd.
Yes.
Nix, you're up.
Nyx is gonna take his short sword and stab.
Dude.
Stibbity-dee.
Dibbity doop dop doo wop.
Wham boom.
23 absolutely hits. For 9 points of damage. It had 7 health left
Hey!
That's what I was hoping.
as you jam the sword in.
Because now he's gonna run forward, or run southeast-ish.
I love seeing people do the measurements.
Yeah.
Here's
I was watching the 1, 2.
He can only get there, but with my move action, could I switch out my offhand dagger as part of if I didn't want to throw my switchblade?
Don't you have...
Yeah, I'd say that's fine.
Okay, cool. I don't want to throw my gift, but I'm gonna throw my a dagger at that whatchamacallit. Wow.
Wolf?
At the dire wolf, yes.
Dog.
So if that's your A dagger, what's your B dagger?
Same thing. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna add a D6 to this
Oh,
because I'm still inspired.
You still got it, yeah. Hasn't burned
Oh,
it
yeah.
yet.
Big
Last
6.
10 minutes. Big 6.
Woot!
Okay.
That gets you there. Roll your D4.
Hell yeah.
Plus sneak attack.
Oh, that's right. You
Yeah.
haven't used it yet this round, and it's surrounded by allies.
Haha, take that, you fool! As he's throwing me around. You've fallen into my trap.
Played right into my head.
12. Okay, it's still on its feet as it kind of as it's borne Uther to the ground, but your dagger sinks into its hindquarters, and with a yelp, its jaws release him. And is that your turn, or is there anything else you can do?
That's all I got.
That's all you got. Okay, Wander, you're up.
All right.
And
I'm gonna swing my mace leg. Heh. There we go.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that hits.
legally obligated.
I think that's like the 5th time that somebody rolling with advantage has rolled the same 2 really high numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like 16.
Well, why'd you call it out?
16,
Now it's gonna
19,
stop
13.
6.
6 points. Okay, it's still on his feet, but again, you're just bludgeoning around you with this great mace and with startling effectiveness.
It's
As we
weird.
come back around to the top of the round, Naira.
All right, killer, bring us home.
If I could get another
Clinch
nat
hitter.
20, that would be amazing.
Big murderer. Big.
You guys killed like fucking 3 people here. Or 4.
Exceedingly large murder.
That was almost another 20.
So close.
But a dirty 20 is definitely enough to hit.
And then...
Big.
No, 3, because it's just standard sneak attack. So 10 points of damage.
It had
That might be enough.
10 hit points left.
Hey.
Big mistake.
As you
Shoot.
take down the final one, how do you end your, I think, 4th kill for this combat?
I think it's the 3rd. She sticks it right in its ear. She stabs through the ear, and basically says, "Release him."
Drop it.
And yeah, it absolutely does. Like your rapier plunges home into its skull, and it sort of stiffens in a jerking motion for a moment. Its jaws kind of locking open above Uther's face, and then its eyes go cloudy and unfocused, and the jaws sag, and it slumps to the side.
And you'll all notice that Naira very casually sort of flicks her rapier to get any blood and stuff off, puts it away, and it just completely ignores what just happened and walks straight over to Uther. Are you okay?
Fine, my plan worked perfectly. Oh, some things went off a bit, but everything else still a big success. That was, thank you. As he'll take your hand and get up to his feet. That was a nice shot.
Do you need healing?
I kind of lean forward. I think your brother, Hero over there, is worse off.
Well, Hero doesn't let me heal him, but Nyx?
I mean, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but when a lady offers healing, I don't turn it down. So I'll take it, please.
She will sort of shoot a look over to Lorium because she can tell that he's looking worse.
You see him holding up a sword as if he's about to stab the fucking body, but then he just sort of, his face just sags. And he's just like, fucking shit, and just sheaths it. Fucking goblins. I know exactly what feat I'm taking at 8. Fuck this shit.
The Goblin Slayer feat.
Yes.
I've only got enough energy to heal one person. Who needs it the most and who will actually let me do it?
Well, I'll let you. As he just smiles, but looks at everyone else.
Her whiskers
Nick-
twitch.
Nyx will say, well, I didn't really need to rest earlier, so if we took like an hour or so, I think I might actually be feeling fine.
Lorium?
You one of the other two, I'm alright.
I told you.
Yeah, you're always right.
And then she will look a little conflicted, but she will decide to heal Uther.
There it is, boys. We got her priorities.
No, she was told.
Yes, in your face.
Just a smug grin on his face. No.
While she's healing him, that's such a cool animation.
No.
Nyx is gonna get his dagger from the wolf, and does it have like any like it has saddles and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I want to check the saddles to see if there are any spots that have like that stone.
Ah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, give me an investigation check.
And after I'm done healing, I will turn around and pick up that effigy.
Wander is currently carrying it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he got it. Never mind then.
Just glued to his mace like bird shit.
It's in me hand.
And he's holding it in the hand that he's wielding the shield with. But so with a 14, yeah, like you kind of cut one or unbuckle one of the saddles. They're very crudely by your standards made. They're obviously kind of goblin and tribal make. They're very crude and rough in their general construction, but you don't see any signs of the strange kind of opalescent black metal in your when looking through it.
As he's searching, kind of out loud for anyone, but probably mostly in the direction of his sister, he'll just say, "Huh." With the way they were controlling those dire wolves, I thought maybe they had one of them stones on them.
Then yeah, hearing that, she will turn around and immediately be like, "Oh, that's a good thought," and have a look herself.
Under his breath, just loud enough for her to hear, he'll say, "I do have them."
No, sorry.
In a teasing tone. He was kidding.
No, I don't. 3, and I got an 11. I don't see anything either.
Lorium's just gonna fucking pull his javelin away from the body, then pick up the lance.
Okay.
Oh, actually, should I have rolled that with advantage because Nyx was helping me?
Yeah, I suppose it was a second check. So yeah, go ahead.
Much better.
22.
Much better.
Literally double. So yeah, with your brother's help, you're able to give this saddle a very kind of close inspection.
Saddle and collar.
Saddle and collar. Yeah, you go over kind of all of the kind of barding, if you like, that the wolf seems to be wearing. And while it is all, fairly kind of thick and solid in its construction, whilst also being quite crude, you don't. You're very certain now that these wolves weren't under any kind of magical control. They simply appeared to be very well trained. And with a 22, as you're examining not only the equipment but the wolf itself, these wolves seem to be older and slightly larger, more mature specimens than you had previously fought.
No, I think these were just really well trained. But Naira is eyeing this saddle, by the way. Has the saddle been damaged at all?
Give me a percentage check. Cool,
great.
high or low first?
Low.
Okay. Oh, I said, sorry, didn't mean perception. I meant percentage.
Oh.
So roll a D100.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I shouldn't have said check. I don't know why I said check.
12.
Hey, you called low, and the saddle actually looks to still be in very good nick. None of the blows that were struck at either the mount or the rider seem to have actually damaged it at all. In your removal, in your examination of it, you've kind of given it a very thorough check. It looks to be still pretty much intact.
And she just tucks it under her arm.
Well, it's a fairly hefty bit of kit. It's like a good kind of 20, 30
right, because
pounds.
they're horse-sized.
Yeah.
But she's struggling with it, but she's holding it.
Okay. Direwolf saddle, mark it on your character sheet, I suppose.
Will this fit in my saddlebags, by the way?
Not in, but you could kind of like strap it to the pommel of your saddle. You could very easily kind of hang it from one of the straps off of your saddle. So yeah, you'd be able to say essentially that it's with your saddlebags.
Could we potentially strap it around Wander? Just
no. Why would you do that?
just for carrying purposes, for travel.
For travel.
I'm kidding, but no, I do need an answer to that.
I mean, yeah, like it's a saddle. It's got straps. He is something to which things could be strapped, so it's technically possible, I suppose.
I do not like being classified as something to which something can be strapped.
To be fair, though, a lot of people can also be classified as something to which something can be strapped.
Yes, but when it's directed at me, I feel a little uncomfy. I feel as though I am about to be assaulted.
Okay, I will keep that thought to myself next time.
Perhaps I am not kidnapped and strapped a bag to. Those longswords, by the way, are they like of good make, or are they just like trashy?
Two of them actually. Most of them are fairly primitive, kind of think, like the Urukai blades. Obviously fairly primitive make. But the one carried by the lieutenant that you slew, and I'll just say that at this point, at this point, that's the only one that you can kind of really clearly see that is of good make. So around you can see that the two normal, the knight is also there. So yeah, I thought that he was further up there. So yeah, both the knight and the lieutenant are carrying swords of much better make. Not like masterwork or anything like that, but definitely superior in kind of quality to the other the blades that were carried by the others. You would actually estimate, any of you that are looking at them, you would estimate that these were made in a civilized forge. These have not come out of the same kind of workshop as the rest of their equipment. These bear all the hallmarks of kind of the kind of work that you get in city forges.
Okay. And you said there were 2 that had that quality?
Yes, the one carried by the lieutenant and the one carried by the knight. So these 2.
And is that a longsword on top of a lance, or is that...
Yes, in addition, he only attacked with the lance, but strapped to his hip, he has a longsword.
Okay. I will actually try to grab all of those, as many of them as I can carry without dying.
Well, you can certainly grab both of the longswords. What's your strength score?
16.
16? Oh, yeah. You can easily just kind of strap both of the sword belts around yourself without any kind of significant encumbrance. You are, after all, something to which things can be strapped.
This is very true. I'm proud to have this all worked out.
But I believe Laurium said that he was going to be claiming the lance? Question mark.
Oh yeah, he picked it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
my apologies. I forgot about that part.
You're fine.
Before Naira got too far, Nyx just would have said to her, "Now see, you had a really good plan. It went a little sideways. We improvised, and everything turned out fine. That's how things usually go. You did good."
She looks at you and gives you a smile. Roll an insight. You can see something's bothering her. But she is not inclined to talk about it. Like, that's not what that's about. She just smiles at you and nods. But it's not the same kind of beaming smile that you would have expected at that kind of compliment.
Noted. Seeing that she's gonna go check the tents, he will let her go. And then Nyx will actually walk over to Uther. And Nyx is just gonna say, "Now, I know that last bit there is uncommon for you, getting attacked, but I was wondering if maybe you could give me a few pointers on how you dodge attacks. You know, it's it's uncanny."
You see as he smiles. Well, you're not doing half bad. You're just you're getting surrounded a lot, and that makes things quite a bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's fair.
Though it shows for your courage, at least.
Courage is definitely one word for it. But yeah, I just maybe later I'll pick your brain about that.
Pick away.
Lauren
We
will
got
just-
everything we need off of them.
Well, Lauren's gonna pick one more thing, but he's just gonna look up at Nyx while doing it, and he's just gonna say, "You're gonna give me a fucking heart attack if you keep doing that shit." And he's going to go down to this guy's wearing plate armor. I know it's not going to fit Lauren. I know that.
Yeah, it's
Everything
not a
else is
full
better.
suit of plate armor, certainly. But it was it's a kind of strange combination of armor. There are several forged plates that are a part of it. It's essentially like a kind of heavy chainmail.
Ah, okay. But he's still going to fucking rip that off the corpse, and if he has to cut some, I forget what they're called. Basically, whatever bindings, then he'll do that, and he'll just take all the chain plates, all that shit.
Depends how quickly you want to get it off him. If you wanted to like take a minute, you could kind of untie some of the bindings and undo a couple of the some primitive buckles. Or yeah, if you did want to literally just rip it off him and kind of like cut anything that was holding it on him, then yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's just gonna cut it all off.
Okay. Essentially you have the remnants of a suit of heavy chain. It would need, at this point, some pretty significant repair, given the battering that it took both pre and post the death of its owner.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, actually, sorry, I should have asked. I hit click and then I realized I can take 10, can't I?
What are you searching inside the tents?
Yeah.
At this point, you're out of combat. You can definitely take your time, giving everything. It'll take you probably about 15, 20 minutes to search the whole area. If you're taking 10, what would that give you?
18.
18? Okay. So with an 18, you do checking. Are you checking the bodies as well as the tents?
I'm leaving them to the bodies.
Okay. So the tents themselves are actually fairly Spartan inside. You see a few bedrolls that have been laid out, and a few piles of possessions that have been placed down. But for the most part, it seems to be fairly mundane items. The kind of essentially camping kit is most of what you find. You do find a couple more caches of Imperial coin.
Woot.
With an 18, you find 24 more gold in assorted coinage. All of it, again, with the now increasingly familiar markings of centuries past. And as well as another one of the charms, in addition to the effigy that you found with this group, yet another one of them seems to have had one of these five-toothed charms that they carved. This one, another made from silver.
Okie doke. How many charms did you say?
Just the one.
Okay. You guys do something else. I'm having to math because apparently I'm the accountant and the
The accountant, the boss, the ringleader.
Mm-hmm.
So while she is, Naira is evidently taking her time going through the tents. You guys see her moving around a little bit there. As I said, she's going to be at that for about 15 minutes. While she's working on that, what are the rest of you guys doing? Wander, we haven't heard anything from you yet.
He's actually just going to go back to what he was doing at the other battle site, which was hovering over one of the hobgoblin bodies and just seeing where best he could place his palm to get the most surface area.
Okay, so you're basically trying to examine their equipment and look for weaknesses and the like.
Kind of, specifically to be able to grip something, whether that be flesh or metal.
Okay. Looking for points of purchase and the like.
Yes.
Okay, no worries then.
Doing this weird, unsettling, grab and then go thing for a solid 10 count each time.
What I will say then is that you will, going forward and until you use it, if you are making a touch attack, so inflict wounds or anything like that, then you will, in melee specifically, you can choose to have advantage when doing that against a hobgoblin the next time you do it.
I will accept this gift with open arms.
As you kind of just familiarize yourself with, the setup of their armor and everything like that. So that's what you're doing. Lorium, you're taking the armor off this guy. It'll only take you a couple of minutes, but Nix, do you want to do anything while he's doing that?
Nix would probably just kind of sit down and like changing channels, just flip between what Lorian's doing and what Wander's doing.
Okie dokie. And Uther, how are you spending these 15 minutes?
I would have just been kind of standing outside of the tent over here, waiting for Naira to finish within, just in case something suddenly jumped out and decided to try and get us. Been a very ambushy kind of day.
When Naira's done, she walks up to you and hands you 6 gold.
Wow, look at that. King of the world.
Not quite.
Oh,
maybe.
that had nothing to do with the money. But I appreciate the 6 gold. As he would smile.
You're gonna distract me. And then she walks off. And she hands everybody 6 gold.
Thanks.
Wander will use his other arm to absentmindedly grab it
Now,
and say nothing.
Wander, remind me after this is all done that I really do need to go over this charter with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so
I know, Nix, you were hurting and thinking that a rest might be helpful. Do we want to have a quick rest before we head back? I've got my fiddle.
Sure.
That sounds good to me. I haven't heard you play the fiddle in a while.
So yeah, she'll do a song of rest for everybody.
okay, so you guys are going to kind of relax around the fire that the hobgoblins had built.
It's only a little dark.
Take a few moments to rest yourselves in the former resting place of the, now permanent resting place of those you have just finished fighting.
Nice.
Very nice. And so, yeah, I will say that you guys all can take a second short rest after this little skirmish.
And this song of rest, is it always the same, or is it based on my charisma?
It's based on your bardic inspiration.
So you guys get 3 additional.
Thank you kindly.
Ooh!
Oh,
Oh, damn.
A total of 6, actually, from the song.
still rolling one more. Now.
God damn, your your hit die rolls, Lorian, have been on point.
A +4.
We're all feeling
D10
good
plus
now.
+4 is kind of crazy.
If only I could do an HP roll like that.
While we're all just seated around, Nyx is just gonna kind of look towards everyone and say, "So, what do we expect tomorrow to be like?"
Like that.
That's another damn dire wolf.
What?
runs up to
Lots of
us.
wolves. Yeah.
Why?
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Damn, we should have left. He said
It's all
nothing.
right.
Did we pick up that effigy? We need to give it to Lorium if he's going to challenge their leader.
Wander's holding it and looking at it. I'll slowly hand it over to Lorium.
He'll take it. Thanks.
Now, I wonder if there's something specific we're supposed to say to issue a challenge, or do you think just holding them up would be enough?
Hold him up and say Zach Barra, apparently.
Oh, Zach Barra, okay.
Was she there?
I was not.
I feel like Nyx was, but I honestly can't remember.
He kind of yelled it out to fucking...
I think. Well, I mean, I don't think none of you were like explicitly not there, but it was a conversation specifically between Lorium and Cloven. But like the rest of the group was kind of present at the time, so I would say anybody that wants to go ahead and make me like a retroactive perception check to see if you heard that conversation. So yeah, I'll say Nyx, you were aware of that particular interaction between Lorium and Cloven.
Nope. Himbo powers did not activate.
When Naira repeats it, Nyx's eyes just get real big, and just say, I don't think that's the word.
It's not a word. It's a really good phrase, though.
You gotta tell her what it means before she starts saying it.
No, I like it. Say it again. See if your pronunciation's right.
Naira's gonna roll an insight check. She's just gonna go ahead and repeat that. Zach Barra, was it?
Nyx just falls back onto the grass,
Lorium's laughing.
Yeah, Nyx is
What did I miss?
hysterical laughing.
What did I miss? And she's looking at Uther like, I don't like that they're laughing at me.
Lorium will just walk up to you and hold out his hand for a handshake and just say, Zach Barra.
Now I know I missed something, but she will shake your hand.
You gotta say it back. It's a greeting.
She is just looking at you.
Give me a deception check at this point, Lorium.
Yeah, I was about to. Because I was gonna say, unless I had to roll for it, I was gonna make this before she rolled. I was like, it's gonna be a 12. It's gonna be a 12.
Well, Zach Barati, you too.
I know his fur is black, but like you can tell Nyx is like beet red from laughing so hard at this.
Lorium just got this look on his face like, this is the best day of my life.
Yeah, not killing a single thing. This made up for it.
Meanwhile, Naira's just slicing through everything. I've got to go back.
This time we tied.
I have got to go back and count up what people's kill count is, because I'm pretty sure Naira's got like at least double digits on the rest of you.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
He'll just point to the tents. Are we using anything else in here?
I didn't find anything that was worth much. I mean, and she will tell you that she found some charms and things like that, but she figured that they'll just be sold for 50-50 party funds. I've already given you guys your share of this loot so far, so everything else has gone into party funds.
Good enough for me. He's gonna walk over to the fire and just pick up 2 of the bits of lumber if they're still burning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just gonna sit here, hesitate for just a sec, and then just throw them onto both of the tents.
Oh, well, then we should probably be going.
Yep. Oh, that's cool.
Badass.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Yes.
And yeah, you are very easily able to hold these throw the torches into the fabric, which very quickly catches and begins to spread. And in just a few moments, both tents are merrily ablaze. Everyone, give me perception checks as you kind of start to walk away from this, not
Like cool
precisely
guys?
explosion, but have the burning backdrop.
Meanwhile, Wander is having cybernetically enhanced PTSD.
I remember every feeling.
Lorium as a bonus, I don't know if you'll allow this because it's a bit bigger than a torch, but he's going to turn the flames purple with thaumaturgy.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll say that's absolutely fine.
Okay, that is
so-
really cool. Can you show me how to do that?
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, you turn your backs on these twin bonfires now, shot through with purple flame, amidst the burning wreckage, and Nyx and Lorium, you both see on a somewhat distant hillside another wolf rider, a single one this time, who has apparently halted on top of this rise and is watching your group depart. He seems to watch you for just a moment, looking around the camp and at the burning tents, then spurs the wolf, which darts back down at the other side of the hill and out of sight.
Didn't one of the other hobgoblins have a lance?
Yes.
He's just gonna pick that up, seeing that guy.
Okay.
Better they not have it.
The lances are much like the rest of, or most of the rest of the hobgoblin equipment, crude but effective. They're obviously intended for beings that are stronger than your average human, but you being far stronger than your average human are able to wield them with ease. These thick, kind of almost unworked raw wooden poles that have been split at the end and then had these large jagged metal heads fixed and bound heavily into place.
Crude but effective. Hurts like a fucking bitch. And yeah, when he gets back to the horse, he'll strap both of those lances up.
Okay, yeah, you're able to do that, no problem. You've got kind of a more militaristic saddle than most. It's specifically intended to have kind of weapons and the like strapped to it and resting on it. And yeah, you're able to accomplish that with ease. Does anyone else wish to do anything else as you return to your horses?
No.
Nope. Okay, then with that, you all are able to mount back up, turn your way away from these burning purple streaked fires, and begin your return toward Aldwell. And as you move back into the spring afternoon, that is where we are going to end it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Really?
Oh, come on.
No, it's
we got
okay.
another hour in us. Easy.
I mean, if you guys have conversations that you want to have, I am more than happy to kind of oversee them. If there is RP that you want to accomplish on the way back to Aldwell, I'm more than happy to keep going. That
That's
just seemed
fine.
like a natural spot.
We get back to the town, we hit level 5, we go in.
And then we go to Ethgard. We do it all in like an hour and a half. Easy peasy. Ethgard has what, like 2 HP? Yeah, that'll be fine.
Maybe 3.
It'll be fine.
Nah, 3 is way too high. Are you kidding me? You'd think he's trying to kill us or something.
I mean, you've got the number of digits right. 2, maybe 3. You know.
As Duel of the
I like
Fates
these odds.
starts playing.
Yeah, I mean, so you guys are like riding back through at this point, probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, getting a little late. The sun is starting to dip down toward the western horizon. The mountains to the north and kind of coming down toward the eastern side of the northern horizon are actually making a fine spectacle. Their tips lit up, and the far side of them in shadow, cast in fairly stark contrast against the somewhat brightly illuminated land around you. This is a rugged but ruggedly beautiful in its way section of the world. And as you ride through it back to Aldwell, is there anything that you guys want to talk about or accomplish?
Nyx will pull horse up to his sister.
Mm-hmm.
Everything all right, Dreamer? I could tell something was eating at you earlier.
She tilts her head and I just don't like unanswered questions. And I guess what's eating at me is that I don't think I'm allowed to ask. Nyx, can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
Have you been keeping secrets from me?
Everybody keeps secrets, Dreamer.
Insight check.
Mm.
And go ahead and give me a deception check, Nyx.
What's that? Yeah, it was.
Omission still counts.
A lie of omission is still a lie.
Okay.
He says that, and he'll say, everybody keeps secrets, Dreamer. I have some things I probably need to talk to you about. And we'll get around to it.
I don't believe I'm keeping secrets from you.
Well, were you gonna tell me about Uther?
Her whiskers twitch.
I'm not asking you to.
No,
I'm just saying. Everybody's got something. Some of it's small, some of it's big.
I'm not keeping it from you. When I understand What do you mean about me and Uther? What did he say?
Well, he didn't say anything. He had your handkerchief, and the way you've been fawning over him, so I just got on the back of his horse and asked him about his feelings towards you, which are pretty strong, by the way.
Yeah, that has fully distracted her. Well done.
I know, it's almost like I spent my whole life doing this.
Okay, well. So strong, huh?
Yeah.
Like, what did he say?
I will answer that. I will answer that on one condition.
She does serious up.
I am going to ask you for something, and you cannot ask me what it's for.
Before I make that deal, tell me what you want to ask.
Oh, do you have any adhesive?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, can I have some?
Yeah, sure. And she goes into her disguise kit.
Awesome. Thanks. I, as a player, am so great and don't remember exactly word for word what Uther said, but I tell you that. Because I don't want to misquote.
Give me a history check to see how well Nyx remembers that, because that was before a fairly intensive fight.
All right, you guys, I have a +0.
And it's been even longer for Nyx than it has for Nick.
True.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You were paying attention.
Yeah. Christine, you can check the recording. That is what he tells you.
I say that, and I also, at the end, just, I get the impression he's been around for a while.
Oh, no. Oh, insight check.
I need to make one?
Uh-huh. I'm going to roll a deception. You know
yes.
goddamn thing.
So
Am I
perfect.
still inspired? No, damn it.
She keeps my secrets.
You don't
Yeah,
say.
Oh, yeah, it's just an impression I got from him. Something he said. Well, look, I know today kind of was a little bumpy for us, but we're good, right? You and me?
We could never not be good, Nyx.
Okay, good. Well, hold on. He just quickly leans over and like kisses her forehead and just says, Rodon Ray. And then he'll go back to riding in the group.
She'll follow that with Rodon Ray. But then she'll pull her horse up close to Uther.
Yes, yes.
And she will say, "So I'm a flower, am I?"
You see as his spine just seems to stiffen as he... I thought he'd be a little bit more courteous with the words. He seems a little on edge being the brother. I was hoping to set him at ease, but yes.
He can be a little protective of me, but he knows I'm a big girl. I hope you're not mad. I'm delighted he told me.
Yeah, Uther just kind of rides in silence. No. I guess I should have known. Would have made sense. I would have never given so much. It's... He shakes his head. You're different.
What do you mean by that? How am I different?
I can't really explain it, but there's just more to you. Most don't seem to get enough soul. All of it. They just barely there. They flicker through their lives. But you're like seeing a mountain while others are just paintings of it. You're just deeper.
Well, I suppose he would know. You've met so many people. Out of curiosity, did you ever read that note that I gave you?
You see as he nods, as he here's some things. I've been working on just sketching them out. I'm trying to remember books I've read and the like. I couldn't really bring anything back across, you know. As he hands you like a scroll, pretty small writing though. As it appears he's done essays of this nature before.
She will take it and then she will say, I'm kind of curious about one question I asked. I don't know if you've covered it in the scroll, and if you have, just tell me to read this, and that's fine. But I was just wondering if you've met anyone interesting before.
It, if you don't mind, could you elaborate on what you mean by interesting? Because I do. There's been many. I knew a blind card player that knew how to stack the deck in his favor, so he'd always win. But what do you mean by interest?
She just went through like a roller coaster of emotions, by the way, during that.
100%.
She, okay, some things that you definitely would have noticed. I'm not even
Real.
going to make you roll the insight. Is her whiskers twitched when you first asked. And then she sort of bit her lip. And then you told her about this card player, and she went, "Oh, tell me about this." And then she sort of remembered what she was trying to ask, and her whiskers twitched again. Or maybe interesting's not the right word. Maybe what I mean is special.
Have I met ones I've cared about before? Loved them, spent years with them. I mean, I'm really rather old. Yes, there has been a few of those, but as he stares intensely into your eyes at this point, no longer looking forward on the road. But none of them have been like you. Naira, you're like the planets aligning. I don't want to cast pearls before swine and sound mad with my words, but I don't know what your limit will be. This whole damn continent could be yours.
You have quite the way with words, Uther.
Practice. As he grins.
You're very special to me, too, Uther. I don't have the experience or the practice to tell you that. So hopefully I'll just be able to show you.
He just smiles. And I hope I can show you how special you really are.
I do have one final question. I'm sorry. I know I'm sort of taking up a lot of your time, but what is going on between us?
I've been doing this long time, kind of restarting. I want to see how far I can push you up. And then be very happy there for maybe the rest of this, after the coins are all taken care of. And maybe I would get to spend it with you.
Oh. All right, then. I don't know how I'm going to explain that to Wander, but I'll try.
Oh, and they tease you about it, but you know, I think everybody kind of likes it when you're bossy. They know how smart you are, and when you show the confidence, just like I did to the people in town, you already know it. You've studied so much. You've seen the stories and how they could play out and the best options. I mean, I believe in you with it. You, other than we stumbled forward, it was a great plan. And it set us off enough that we were able to hold them off. Just, I like it when you're a little bossy, is all I'm saying. Be confident. We trust you.
I don't know if I can get away with this. But she's gonna try. She's gonna go, okay, and then she's gonna sort of lean over, grab your armor, and pull you into a kiss.
In front of everyone?
In front of everybody.
I mean, is that a persuasion or a performance? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, do you
Ouch,
try
what?
and save her at all?
I mean, to not fall off and to get, like, I definitely am trying to give a good kiss. At this awkward angle.
Be like me, roll athletics. No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna roll in acrobatics. Watch me fall. Oh no, good.
No, yeah.
Watch you rise.
You're able to lean over quite happily and, engage.
What time is it?
In the game, it's
Okay.
probably about at this point 4:30ish as you're on your ride back to Aldwell.
So
Maybe
maybe
5.
they're both horseback, and she reaches in for a kiss, and the sunset is lining the back line.
Oh, it's
Very Princess Bride.
Very right, yes.
Crossing a wooden bridge, like. Oh, wow, that's. Yeah, you're special. As he then pulls you in, finishing the kisses, then he pulls back with that like eyes opening, sudden realization as the world now expands beyond just the two of you. As he then helps you settle yourself back into your saddle, as look back towards everyone now following.
I forgot they were back
Not
there.
hidden in any way.
You look back, and Nyx has like put his hand in front of Wander's eyes.
Wander falls off his horse.
That's honestly, he still wouldn't see the kiss, so roll it.
Lauren just chuckles.
If no one else wants to do anything, Nyx will go up to, or just as we're getting into town, I guess, come up to Laurium
Mm-hmm.
and just say, sorry about that. Didn't mean to give give y'all a scare. That kind of went. You just seemed a little frustrated.
I mean, I told y'all to run back, and your skippy ass kept running back in the middle of fucking 4 of them.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to think, like, what would Uncle Laurium do? And that was, like, the first thing that came to mind was just to, like, run right back. And then he's going to move his horse to the side to dodge the incoming swing.
You're gonna have to move pretty far.
Oh, that's right. You
Because
do
he
have reach.
unhooks a lance. No, I'm kidding. He
Pulls another cask out from behind his back. Familiar.
Javelins you.
No. When you say you were trying to be like Uncle Laurium, the kind of half smile goes away for a moment, and he gets really fucking stern and just says, "Do not be like me."
Well, I'll keep that in mind. I think I can do that.
Good. Don't go fucking dying. As he does unhook one of the lances and just says, "Your scout, the squire," and he very quickly stretches out his arm and hits you in the chest with the fucking lance. Not to like knock you off or anything, but just to put it there. So here, squire, carry your lance.
Oh, what? No, fuck, no! I don't know how to. What the?
Bonk right to the chest.
um, he'll situate the lance with his right arm, and then he will come up back over to Laurium and just pat him on the back and say, I'm not like a knight, right?
Yeah, I know. What are you trying to do?
I don't know. You have to perceive it for me to tell.
I'm doing it.
Yes.
Not hard.
No. You don't see anything, but while he was patting your back, he stuck a piece of paper to your back that Wander can read that says, "Ask me about my thunder." And then he'll awkwardly ride off with with this lance he now has. Thanks, Lorium. Great.
That's why you wanted the glue. Okay.
I have been trying to do that for so long.
Best part is, unless he's given a reason to, he doesn't take the armor off when he's sleeping. So
I
You can
know.
look at this for days.
I know.
except if all goes well, he's taking that armor off tomorrow.
Damn it.
Go sabotage the smith now.
I'm gonna go see if I can sell this lance to the smith in his belly.
But okay, so you guys continue on with your ride toward Aldwell. Does anyone else want to have any conversations or further or do anything further before you get there? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
No,
And
just
so
road whittling.
the sun sets behind you guys as you ride into town, once more triumphant and with a third effigy in your possession, ready to attempt to curtail the arrival of the Hungry Horde as it approaches. All of your intelligence gathered thus far indicating that tomorrow will indeed be the day of reckoning, and we shall get to it next week.
Maybe we have one more small thing when we get into town? Perhaps?
Perhaps?
Yeah, if there's something else you want to do tonight, yeah.
I did want to say that unless the town is already... Are we being murdered already? Is it being burned to the ground? Oh, no.
Yep.
The town looks much the same as you left it.
We're all like,
Under the
oh, that's
bomb.
great. And then we fall into a pit.
I was waiting for you to load that map with just a big flame on it.
Just no!
DM, why is my Geiger counter going off? This doesn't make sense.
That's what the rider was.
Why is there a shadow behind me when I'm not even standing there? The second we got close enough to the stable area, Wander would have hopped off his horse fairly quickly, almost falling and face planting, and moved at a fairly fast pace towards the grove once more.
Okay. Yeah,
Honestly-
you're able to do you're coming in from that direction, so it's very easy for you to do so. But sorry, Naira, didn't mean to cut you off.
Naira is going to be very curious about that. She would call after you. Where are you going?
He doesn't say anything. He just keeps going.
Yeah,
You can make a perception check.
curiosity is gonna. She's probably gonna follow you, honestly, unless you tell her not to.
There's like a small thing you might say now, and this is maybe.
Okay, I'll roll that perception.
Yeah, this is thing is now.
He was just born like 3 days ago. He's already in his rebellious phase.
Perception 17.
With that, you would see that you're kind of used to this, automaton form of Wander being a little unhinged, for lack of better terminology. But over the past few days, it's been getting better. He's gotten more control over it. There's been a lot more solidarity to his movements, but just as you look at him as he makes his way towards this grove, you can just see his hands kind of, the fingers are spazzing out a little. They're kind of closing and semi-closing and opening again. That's all.
I'm just gonna, and she is gonna, she's gonna follow you. She's worried about you.
Okay. You slide off your horse too as the rest of them continue on toward the stable. And yeah, Wander, you are able to enter the grove. It looks much as it did before.
He'll go to the same spot in the semicircle of shrines that he was in the last time he came here.
Okay. Faithful Suval does not appear to be there. You arrive and but though Faithful Suval is not, it is actually relatively busy. Certainly the busiest that you've seen it. There are actually about 11 people. It looks to be about 3 kind of family groups that have come here together, and they all appear to be kneeling in their own prayers as you arrive. They kind of look up, and a few of them startle for a moment at your unexpected and unusual appearance, but they're all at least passingly familiar with you at this point, and kind of settle back down and watch you a little bit as you approach. But you're able to move to your spot unperturbed or undisturbed.
He'll go to the spot and I suppose plop down fairly aggressively, and he'll take a moment to calm himself, and then the eyes will dim, and there will be this moment of nothingness before there's a very quiet click in his neck again, and this beautiful humming symphony starts to come out from his body as he will utter another prayer in Celestial.
Which I speak.
Mm-hmm. So he will say, as he takes this moment, hold on. Someone just shined a flashlight through my window.
Oh no, you
geez.
created.
Ugh. I'm gonna forgive me. I'll take just 1 second to check that.
No, please do.
Please
Please
do.
do.
It's just Ryan outside. It's our DM buddy.
Okay, one thing I do have to have answered is what's their couple name? Because Nuther is not working for me.
Hoorah.
New
Sounds like a battle cat name.
Yeah. Hoorah!
Uthia.
All good?
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay,
What-
good.
It's all good. An activity I will now do. Yeah, he sits down. He kind of clasps his hands. The eyes. Sweet hum comes out, and in Celestial he will say, "I know not who watches me."
I think we
Sure.
lost you.
Did you? How about now? Need I make out with my microphone right now?
Don't do
There
it.
we go. No, yeah, you're coming through now, loud and clear now.
Oh. I'll go back. I don't know. I'll go back 2 sentences. Is this Zariel, my guardian? The Maker? The Watcher? I feel pulled in different directions. Who called to me? Who brought me to a vast plain of darkness and noise for questions I know not the answers to? Does this family lead me towards Cain Fell? What does this word mean? Please, I need to know. And there's a brief pause wherein there's
As you
this
pause,
there's just this very small shining light in his eyes at this point as he kind of starts to look.
as you pause, you've drawn in on your body. You know, your hands kind of and arms kind of almost clicking in as you have hunkered down a little bit into this almost boxy form. But despite this, in this moment of silence that you give in your prayer, you feel the sensation once more of something taking your outstretched hand. A warmth, an approval flowing through this brief spark of connection through your hand, up your arm, filling your chest, your form. And you, Naira, watching this from the outside, actually see a very brief kind of flash of something outlining all of these disparate parts that make up your friend Wander. And as the flash recedes and the light that glowed for a moment dies, he looks different, more whole than he once was. The splintered wood, the cracked, jagged edges of his metal plates, the pockmarks and wear that marred so much of his outer skin are now lesser. And in your mind, not exactly in your mind, in that place inside you, Wander, where you feel meaning blossom. You hear, well, again, not precisely words, just a meaning imprinting itself upon you. That says, choose your path, and you will find Kindfell. Choose. And as you come back to yourself, you can feel this change that Naira saw herself. This form that you inhabit has changed, flowing more easily around you now. Still new, still alien, still broken in many, many ways. But incrementally, infinitesimally, better than it was before.
in this spot where he sits, he'll say one more thing as he feels this new greatness on him. And he'll just say, still in Celestial, "Thank you. I will continue to choose." Then you'll continue to sit.
And I think that is a great spot to end tonight's session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So many questions.
Right?
Lorium still never brought up to the party, I don't think, or anyone in the party, that he picked up like a confused celestial presence with Wander, yeah.
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 No, that is still a secret he's keeping to himself.
Yeah.
See, I'm not the only one who keeps secrets.
Nobody
the lore
said
drops
you
are
were.
coming. The lore drops are coming.
Myra did.
At least Wander's having his own secrets kept. You guys keep secrets from each other.
I would point
Baby's
out,
first secret. He's
Naira did,
graduating.
I'm
Toto
just
up in
going to
here
point
about
out,
to tell-
Naira did not imply that people were not keeping secrets. All she said was, "Are you keeping secrets from me?"
Yes, and then I dodged that question.
By telling me that Uther thought I was pretty, and that was a very good way to do that.
I had a backup if that didn't work, and I didn't have to use it. So okay.
I was like, "Nope, that's it. She is distracted now."
Look,
Also, thank you, Uther, for letting me use you as the in-game reason I learn how to do uncanny dodge whenever we level up.
Yeah, because for the first 3 sessions, you could
Oh.
not be fucking hit.
Out of curiosity, have we leveled up?
Not just yet.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really?
Murder. Oh, God. We gotta go be murder heroes.
Ooh, murder
It's a
heroes. I like the ring
milestone.
of that.
Oh, fuck.
that's usually what Tyler would be like, you know, I guarantee the last bit of EXP we need is Velko.
I'm just saying.
No.
Well, we have like killed
Hardest
most of his family.
sacrifices require the strongest wills.
I'll
No,
just let him age. Just age him real quick, and then just.
I'm sorry, little one.
Oh no,
Honestly,
Honestly-
you could hug him and then just toss him off a cliff.
y'all! What we're missing it's the horses, the true dads of
Wait, you're
the
right.
series. We have to kill the horses, or we'll never level up.
Sunshine
The-
is eternal.
The next
that.
great milestone. Horses.
You can fireball Sunshine, she'll never die.
We can test
Challenge
that.
you.
We'll test.
Horse is not that lucky. Horse will be gone.
I'm just waiting for you guys to like not dismount before an encounter.
Yep.
No,
What do you mean? We're
if-
gonna have mounted combat.
I'm gonna get her a name before I try to kill her.
She has a name. She's Horse.
She just hasn't picked a different name.
Oh, it's so appropriate. All right. Thanks for the session, everybody.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the session,
friends.
everybody. Glad you all had fun. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow for Curse of Strahd.
See you then.
Woo!
We're gonna win,
Bye.
right? We're gonna win Curse of Strahd. Yay!
Yay!
Yay.